All right. I think everything's set up and working properly now. So today, is this live stream is for testing and tuning, but I'm also including the game settings, and this is not gonna be the same as my normal testing because of that. So I guess we should get started. So there are a bunch of settings in this game. I don't think we need to check any of these. I increased my chase view distance, but this is mainly for trucking, which we're not gonna do because we have the B-double trailers now. So when you're using those, you need the camera to be really far back so you can see your back trailer. But yeah, that's not gonna matter for this session. Oh, here's something. I believe the drift mode chase camera default setting is not 1. So if you're planning to use drift mode, which we will be doing, because for comparisons and whatnot, if you're planning to use drift mode for driving, not drifting, then you should increase it to 1 so that you have the same camera behavior as when you're driving in sport mode or comfort. Also, you can disable the camera recenter by putting it to 0 so that you have, because in this game you have a key you can press to recenter the camera anyway. But by having this not be on 0 means that when you manually adjust your camera, after 10 seconds of you not adjusting your camera, it's gonna reset automatically, which sometimes you don't want that. So you should put that on 0 so that it never recenters automatically. Although if you're on controller, you probably have limited buttons, so you may not have a button to recenter the camera. Then in that case, then yeah, you're gonna want a number here instead of 0. That's up to you. What else here matters? If you're trying to go fast or just learning, and you have the ability to record your gameplay so that you can review your own gameplay, then you should have your inputs, uh, your your input visible on the HUD so that you can see when you're actually getting the inputs that you expect that you thought you were putting in. So here's one, steering and pedal inputs on the HUD. I think there are others. Actually, no, I think that's all of it. Yeah, steering and pedal input. So that's going to be useful when you're reviewing your own gameplay. In my case, I think when going into corners, I actually tend to increase my steering to get the car turned into corners before I even reduce my braking, which obviously is not gonna work if I'm already at the limit of braking then, or at the limit of my grip because of me braking. Then steering doesn't, well, it's not gonna steer if I'm already at the limit, but yeah. What else is here? I guess that's all of it for the gameplay tab. I don't think there's anything in the graphics. I think we should go with the controls first. If you're playing on keyboard, I really recommend switching to keyboard and mouse. It's gonna be, it's gonna take a while to get used to the mouse steering, but it will be way better because steering with the keyboard is, well, it's an on-off thing. Doesn't matter how good you are, you're limited by this input type. So you should try mouse steering at least. Obviously, controller and steering wheel is gonna be better. Although in my case, my keyboard is Hall effect, so I actually have controller functions on my keyboard. So my throttle and braking is actually set to. I'm actually using the controller RT LT axis to for my throttle and brake, but it's on my keyboard. So I can show this, I guess. So you can see on the right side of my screen is it's showing me keyboard inputs because I'm using my keyboard right now. Like I'm pressing Q and E to rotate the camera. But if I press the pedal, actually no, I need to let go of the handbrake. Here, if I press my throttle key, you can see I have control over how much my throttle is, and same thing with my brakes. And it's showing on my right that it's now on controllers because that is a controller type input, but I'm doing it through my Hall effect keyboard. And if I press fully, that also activates my S key because I'm pressing down on my brakes. So the game gets confused whether to give me the controller input of me braking with I think the LT was for brakes, which I have on S, but also the S key on the keyboard is now being pressed. Yeah, I made a bunch of Mad Max builds for this Halloween. Unfortunately, I didn't get to finish any of them. In fact, it distracted me from the fact that my actual Halloween builds are not complete yet. Visually, they're all done. I finished them all in my previous live stream. I even showcased them. But setup wise, they're not at all tested. Yeah, I'm in Mr. Bug's server right now because we're gonna be spending time on the track for testing, and I don't want the constant stuttering I have in single player, so I have to be in a server. I'm in Mr. Bug's dedicated server and their Discord voice chat as well. So if you wanna chat, I'm here. I thought you said you were in chat. I thought you were going to work, but I guess you can watch and listen. Uh, the stream can't hear you right now. I can turn you. your voice up on the stream if you want people to hear you. Also, you are very loud for me. Yeah, because if you're gonna be here in voice chat with me, then I should probably have the stream hear you as well. How do I do that again? Discord voice? No, that's not it. Oh, there it is. All right, the stream can hear you now.
It doesn't show up on his stream.
All right, so going back to
I do love your car, by the way.
controls.
By the way, your mic is off on VC, by the way.
Well, if you're watching my stream, then it's gonna double. Unless you want the lower latency. I can unmute myself in Discord. Anyways, I think the default here for mouse steering is also not 1.0. And due to mouse being a freely movement input, unlike with a controller where if you let go, it goes back to 0. Because of that, I actually recommend setting the mouse steering here, or the linearity, not the sensitivity. I recommend setting it to 1.0, just so it's a constant input adjustment regardless of your steering. Because what this does, if we actually put it to 0, it becomes obvious. So I have my steering input here at the bottom of the screen. This is me moving my mouse at a constant speed, but as you can see, as it gets closer to the middle, it becomes slow. Like I'm moving the mouse at a constant speed, but towards the middle, it's very slow. And that makes it hard to adjust your input. Although that's the extreme 0. So if you want to have your steering be more precise, then you can have it somewhere between 0 and 1. But in my opinion, because of the fact that it is a freely movement input, it should be 1.0. On gamepad, you can do something similar. Here on steering, there's also linearity here if you press the drop down. And here I actually do recommend going below 100%, and the default is 100. It's just gonna depend on you really, on how much you wanna trade the precision with response. I'm not sure if that's even the correct words here, but yeah, you should play around with this, the linearity for gamepad. For steering wheel, it's already very intuitive, so think I don't even think there's linearity here. This is blank. Or is it because I haven't connected a steering wheel? Anyway, that is steering linearity. It works the same with the controller. It's just that the reason I recommend 1.0 or 100, which is the equivalent of 100% here in the controller. For mouse, I recommend that because of the fact that it is a freely moving input. Like if you let go of your mouse, your steering is gonna stay there. Unlike with the controller, where if you let go, your input goes back to 0. So it's backwards here for the controller. I would say I recommend actually going lower. It just depends on your preference, really. So that's gonna help you be more precise with your steering. Because just like I showed you here, If I put this down to 0, it the fact that it's slower towards the middle means better precision. But yeah, for mouse, I would say it's not good. It's only for controller that you want to lower the linearity. You can do something similar on throttle and brakes as well. In fact, I have it on 50% because that is my throttle and braking input. It's a controller. Yeah, you can see when I press my W and S key, it's counting as RT and LT axis on the gamepad, even though I'm on mouse steering. So when you select one input here, it actually only changes your steering. So you can still use the other inputs even when you don't have it selected. So I can play with the mouse steering by clicking here while still using the throttle and braking of the controller. And yeah, here with keyboard or keyboard and mouse, you can't do the linearity thing here. It's only available here on the gamepad. Because obviously keyboard inputs are just on and off. It's not analog. There's also other settings here. So yeah, the min and max are dead zones. So you can adjust your dead zone. If you have stick drift, I think you should increase your minimum, if I remember correctly. Yeah, minimum. If you have stick drift, that's how you can adjust it in game. And then if you're struggling to give the max input, then you can lower the maximum so that you still get the in-game maximum input without having to like press your trigger on the maximum. So that's what those do. You can have it inverted, but I don't see why you would do that. And then there's the clutch, I guess, if you're using manual. But the thing is, in this game, there's how where is that? I think it's on assist. Yeah, there's auto anti-stall clutch. And even if you turn this off and actually do proper manual shifting, you don't really shift faster. So I just keep this on and let the game do the shifting. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose when you're not doing it quickly enough and not gain anything when you're doing it faster than the game does. Because yeah, doing it faster doesn't really work in this game. There's also the throttle blip. That's helpful. Although there are situations where it'll help to have this off. But yeah, in general, I prefer to keep it on. Let's go back to the controls. So that's the main control inputs. I think we're use mouse wheel as throttle and brake. Oh yeah, for keyboard users, you can use this. It's not easy though. Like I would just stick to using your keyboard over this. Even if you get used to this, I don't think it's good. At least not in the current implementation. Maybe if they make some improvements for that, but I don't think that's happening. Oh yeah, there's also dead zone settings right here, even though I'm not on the gamepad tab. But yeah, you can adjust. the dead zones here as well. Yeah, I guess that works the same, huh? Maybe it's for steering wheel actually. Because yeah, it's always there, even when you're on the other tabs. I don't know. I wouldn't mess with this because you already have this. This is what you need to adjust, I would say. This might have some conflicting effects with the adjustment here. But it's up to you. If you're not messing with this, then I guess this is fine. What else? Oh yeah, even though I'm not using a shifter, I have a key for first and reverse gear. This is for electric vehicles because in this game, when you're moving, the the shift up and shift down keys change to change your changes your regen instead of your gears. So if I want to change my gear while I'm rolling, then I can use these. I also have something for neutral. Why is neutral not here? Where's the neutral button? You can also use clutch, I guess, instead of neutral, switching to neutral. But I do have neutral. I don't know why it's not here. Where is the neutral? There it is. Gear neutral. I have it to the handbrake, the same key as my handbrake, just so I don't need extra buttons. And I guess that's really all we need to talk about in the shifter tab. Character movement doesn't really need to be talked about. Quick bar. Yeah, that's up to you as well. There is a quick reset key that you don't really need because you can just reset from the what's it called? Is it not here? Where is the control panel? Although obviously it's gonna be faster to reset using the reset key. And that's why I also have my own reset key separate from the control panel. Engine on off, gear up, gear down. Don't think really need to talk about any burnout. I don't know why they call it burnout in this game, because it's not that's not really what it does. So how do I even explain that? I guess it does turn off your traction control. That's why you can see there that I'm pressing my Alt key. So it's turning off traction control. So you just want to turn traction control for a little bit. You can use that. Also, my controls is wrong. I'm on keyboard. I need to go back to that. There we go. And the other function that you would see here is that it's saying hold under my gear select. So what that does is it holds the gear for you. So if you're not shifting manually. Like if you're on autopilot or you have auto shift on, you can use the what they call a burnout key to hold the gear. So that's what that is for. Jake brakes, autopilot. They made a separate key for autopilot, but you can just go to cruise control first and then press the key again to go into autopilot. So I don't have anything for that. And cruise control is so you if you want to have two separate keys for those, you can have those now. There's already so many controls in this game, so I don't really recommend using these. But if you really want to have them separate, then there you go. The drive mode switching. You might want this somewhere that is easy for you to press, just in case you have to make quick changes. Oh, horn, signal. The signal lights in this game does have a function, but it's only for switching lanes in autopilot. It doesn't do anything else. Like the NPC traffic don't care whether you're signaling or not. They don't change their behavior. Look left, look right, look back. What else here matters? Oh yeah, here's the reset camera. For those who change the gameplay setting to
Is
0,
anyone there?
you need this.
Or raging?
Interact 1 and 2. Interact 1 is most of your interactions, like getting in a car, activating things. Interact 2 is mostly exiting vehicles or even like control panels. Not the control panel here, but the physical ones like on wreckers. This increase and decrease speed is for cruise control. So unless you're using cruise control, you don't really need these. And there's your auto shifting toggle if you like to switch between those. Personally, I don't really use auto shift, but I think this is the just something that I assigned some time ago. I don't think this is the default key for auto shift. Interior light, lift axle. This is also something that you're gonna want to have that is easy to press, especially if you're taking those trucks with lifting axles off-roading. It's gonna be helpful to have the axles go up and down as you drive off-road. And it's just nice when you're operating those vehicles to be able to easily make the axle go up or down. These are for wreckers and the forklift, the tilting and the winch, and then the forklift thing. You don't really need hotkeys for these, but you have them. Open the map, company, hide the UI if you like want to take a screenshot. And I think that's all for controls. Yeah, I don't think there was anything important that I missed. These are really the most important ones. So let's go to assist. Auto reverse is kind of like auto shift, but for going into reverse. So you have right there. You turn it off, then you have to downshift to go to reverse. Mode 1, auto reverse. You need to stop first, release the brake, and then press the brake again. Or mode 2, you can just hold down on the brakes, and once you're stopped, it will switch to reverse. Don't need to release it, unlike in mode 1. And then auto shifting. Auto shifting is actually quite useful now, but obviously manual is still better if you're actually shifting properly in manual, that is, because you can go to drive modes here and adjust the auto shift RPM. So for trucks, I recommend using comfort mode because the default shift RPM for comfort is perfect for trucks. But if you are using sport mode, then you should assign the correct RPM so that it doesn't uh, go up too high past the green zone on trucks. Auto throttle blip. This is rev matching basically. The game will can you can have the game rev match for you. So this is very useful to have. Auto start, yeah, very nice. I played around with the clutch in this game, but when I played around with it, it wasn't really working as I'd expect. Like the engine just dies in situation where it really shouldn't. I don't know if that's been changed, but I personally just keep this on auto just because I don't want the engine dying for no reason. Shifting failure. I don't. Wait, that's separate from the clutch.
Oh, by the way,
Oh,
I'm at the race.
it's when you're what was that? Shifting failure is when you didn't put the clutch in properly. It rather than changing the gear, it stays in the gear that you were in. That's what that is. Oh, and here's an important thing. Steering speed for keyboard and gamepad. So the default here, I believe, is just 100. But the thing is, that is quite slow. For keyboard, it's nice to not have it at the fastest possible, which is 500%, because obviously that allows you to steer smoothly, even with a keyboard. But on gamepad, that's just gonna make your input have feel like it has a delay when you're changing your steering quickly. If you keep it at the default of 100. Also, you can go below. So that's gonna be very slow. You can go less than 100. So I recommend having this at maximum unless you're playing on keyboard. But like I said, if you're playing on keyboard, you should really switch to mouse steering. So this wouldn't matter if you're using mouse steering. Steering assist. I don't know exactly what this does, but I do know that like if you start drifting and you have this, how high can this even go? It's at 100 only. If you have some of this assist, it's gonna counter steer for you while drifting. That's one thing that I know it does, but I believe it does other things as well. I'm not really sure. But for the best driving, I recommend not having assisted steering just so you're in full control. Don't let the computer decide for you where you want to steer. You should be the one steering. But yeah, for drifting or if you're not even just drifting, if you often slide the rear, this will help you with by counter steering for you. That's the only one that function of it that I know. I think there are others. I'm not sure. I play with zero, so I wouldn't really know. And I would recommend zero even if it's even if this is a useful assist, just so you're in full control always. And then traction control is I believe well my assumption is because in real life traction controls uses your brakes. I'm not sure if it actually does in the game. In fact, I don't think it does use your brake in the game, but it still works the same, I believe, where it slows down your wheels when you start to to slide, so that rather than sliding, you maintain your grip. That's why it's called traction control. So I have this at maximum because in this game, the traction control system is actually not very strong. So just like this car, this has a power for this game. It has a powerful 320 horsepower engine. So even with the traction control at maximum, if I press the throttle fully and turn, it still does, it still slides easily. So you can see I'm leaving skid marks. Whereas in real life, if you have a very aggressive traction control, usually it won't even let you get near to sliding. But in this game, that's the maximum you can have. Even at maximum, it's not strong enough for certain vehicles and setups. So this is very useful. Although there are vehicles where I actually prefer and recommend turning it off or just switching to drift mode. Because by not having that assist helping you, it will make the car more predictable and you're gonna be able to uh you're gonna be able to learn how much power you can actually put down with your car. I'm not like earlier I was putting full gas with traction control, but now I'm less than half on the gas input, but it's still sliding around. And that's what I meant when I said that for this game, this car has a lot of power, even though it's only 320 horsepower engine. And that's also why it's called drift mode. I'm even getting some drift points here. So yeah, obviously for lower power vehicles, you don't need strong traction control. But you may as well just keep it at 100 because the game's traction control is weak anyways, even at the maximum of 100%. And if you don't want the traction control, you just switch to drift mode and it turns that off. Unless you want stability assist and ABS, you just want to turn off traction control. That's the only time to adjust this, I would say. If you want, if you only want to turn off traction control and still have the other assist. Stability control, I'm also not sure. That's something similar to steering assist for me. I'm not sure exactly what it does, so I just turned it off. Because that's the problem with video games versus real life, where I might use some stability control in real life, or even turn it up. In a game, it's not easy to predict exactly what it will do. So I'd rather not have it, just so my car behaves predictably, instead of having an assist that supposedly helps me, but if it's not always doing what I expect it to, then I would say that's not actually helping. ABS means, what does it stand for? Anti-brake skid? Anti-lock? No. There's many variations of this. That's why let me look this up. ABS. Yeah, anti-lock braking system. There's no L there because anti-lock is just considered as one. So ABS, anti-lock braking system. So this is just to help you with braking, which I can't really show on this car because I already tuned the brakes on this thing. Yeah, the brakes on this thing is really good already. Let me see if I can get a car. Well, I guess I can just mess up the brakes on this thing so we can see what happens. Yeah, let's just do that. So with this thing, I have it on. I reduced the front braking. So let's see what happens if I put it to the maximum. Let's give it as much front braking as we can. So I'm in drift mode. This is without the anti-lock brake assist because drift mode turns off the assist. So now if I slam on the brakes, oh, we're actually not leaving that many skid marks. Okay, that's what happens. Our brakes are locking up the wheels, and so we're skidding through and therefore not getting our maximum grip. So what ABS does is it reduces the the brakes the brake application so that it doesn't lock up. So let's see now what happens. Oh, it still does the same thing, but that's probably because we have extreme front brake bias right now. You can see it's different though. Actually, I don't know, it looks the same actually. I guess my example is just not very good. Maybe we need a different car, but yeah, the ABS is there to help you with the braking. So you can all if you have it at maximum, although it's similar with traction control in this game. Even if you have it at maximum, it's not aggressive at all. It's very weak. And that's why I think that's why we saw the same results with me in sport mode and in drift mode, even though drift mode turned off the ABS. It's just not strong enough for the really bad brakes that we gave it. Because I gave it a lot of front bias when it should really have rear bias. So yeah, you can have this at maximum. That will help you with braking, especially if you're someone who just put puts on the maximum braking, who just likes to do that instead of managing the brakes. This will help you with that. Although yeah, as you saw, it's not really strong enough, even at maximum of 100%. I can't put this any higher. But the thing is, we have the brake bias adjustment now, so this wouldn't really do much anymore if you have a vehicle with a proper brake bias setting. Next is anti-rollover protection. This is something that I do know how it works, but I turned it off anyway. So what's the best vehicle to showcase this? Uh, Something top heavy, like a truck, I think. Something top heavy and also easily flips over. Maybe a compacti. I believe this is a stock compacti, stock suspension wise, that is. So I think this is gonna be useful to demonstrate it. Yeah, this feels like a stock compacti. I only made customizations on this thing, I believe. So if I turn heavily, it flips over, as expected. But if I turn on the rollover, and then turn, as you can see, the traction control system icon is turning up. And we're not able to flip over. Let's try going faster actually. see if we can make this thing flip over with maximum protection. This is quite slow though. We need even more speed, I believe. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, there we go. You can see it's applying the brakes so that I don't roll over. So you might be wondering why I turned it off. But that's actually because I haven't shown yet the downside of it. I need something even worse than this. I thought this was a good example. Well, it worked actually, but I wanted something worse. Hmm. The Jamusi? This looks like it is worse, but let's see. Gotta get some speed first. No, it's still not bad enough. I don't think we have a high enough center of gravity. I need to load this up with fuel. So let's go to the gas station and fill up so that our center of gravity is higher. Oh, this is gonna take a while. But yeah, that's because we're getting the expected result because I have it at maximum and our vehicle is not really top heavy enough for the downsides to be obvious. Although I guess you could already see the vehicle shaking back and forth because of how aggressive the braking is. But yeah, once this is full, it's taking a while. Once that is full, I can show why I have this thing turned off. So let's just go with the last two here for now. For wheel or mouse? I believe this thing is to allow you to tilt the bikes. Without that assist, I don't think you can make the bike tilt. Let's try turning it off, unless that's been changed already. Oh, it does tilt now. Hmm, it's very slow though. Oh yeah, that's the issue. It wasn't that it's not tilting, it's that the tilting is super slow. Like I'm moving my mouse very quickly to the right here and now very quickly left, but the steering is super slow because I turned it off. So this is an assist that I would say it's mandatory if you're driving a bike. this game. Yeah, so now I can quickly switch from leaning left to leaning right. Yeah, that's way faster. So do not turn that off unless you're not using mouse or wheel. And the reason that exists is because with bikes, you have this steering. But once you're moving, you don't really use that steering. You use the tilting to turn. So you need to be able to tilt the vehicle. And well, without the assist, it's really slow. So yeah, you need this thing turned on, I would say. Unless I'm mistaken with if you're using a wheel. I believe it's the same though, mouse and wheel. I don't have a wheel. I only have a controller or the mouse to test with. And then assisted steering input range. I don't remember why I have this at 20, but I did test this. Hmm. What if it's maximum? I don't really know the difference anymore. I tested this for a while back in the day. Don't remember why. It says input range. Hmm. I don't know. I'll keep it on my 20 though, since that's what I assigned it when I tested it back in the day. You guys will have to figure that out. I guess I'll figure it out whenever I finally actually drive bikes in this game again. Because I don't really use bikes in this game. Because as a mouse steering player, the bikes in this game are tough. Like it's workable, but I can't do proper testing. I can't. I'm not very. It's not very nice for racing. Like I can go fast with it, but yeah, it's just not the easiest thing. So here, let's see if we can flip this over. Well, I guess it's because we have this too aggressive for this vehicle. I'm pretty sure there are vehicles where this is not actually strong enough, even at maximum. So let's try reducing it to half and see what happens. I should be able to flip over now, I think. No, it's still very aggressive. Interesting. Maybe this has been changed since the last time I tested it. Either that or the setting is not working. It's actually always at maximum. Because it's very aggressive even though I reduced it to 50. Yeah, it's only 10%, but it's still applying a lot of brakes. I don't think that's working properly. So I can't show you the downside with this vehicle. We need something worse. Which I think the easiest example is gonna be the Tanko 40. A loaded one. So also, did I put gasoline on this? It's diesel. Okay, good. So I guess we're gonna go pick up fuel with the Tanko 40. Hopefully there's fuel up here at Jeju. I want a a 3-axle semi. Oh, I still have a bunch of lights attached to this. So my current, yeah, our ARP is at 10%. Let's put it back to maximum because we have the Tanko now. We can do this. And here's the reason why I have my third person camera distance to 150% so that I can use the far cam and now I can see the back of my trailer. So that was the rollover protection. Hit slamming the brakes on the trailer, causing it to drift instead of flip over. Let's try 70%. Also, I should have used my 6x4 instead of the 6x2. This not much grip because I only have one axle that is driven. So 70 is still aggressive, I would say. Yeah, I'm not even close to flipping over yet, but it's already hitting the brakes. So that's one downside. Like even if I'm not at risk of rolling over, it's applying the brakes because of how aggressive it is. And that explains why the Jamusi was so aggressive with it. And there we go. Actually got close to flipping over there, but I think we can go much lower, maybe even 20. It seems to be very aggressive now for some reason. Like, I would have expected to be able to flip over the Tanko 40 even at maximum protection. Although I guess I'm not really going that fast. It's easier for the system to prevent flipping over at low speed. So we actually have a decent speed right now, and I reduced the amount that it puts on. Yeah, you can see I without the rollover protection, I would have flipped over there. But this is only 20%. It seems to be very aggressive. I remember being able to easily flip myself over, even at when I have the protection at a high value, but now it's only at 20%, but I'm not really at risk of flipping over. So we're going really fast now as well, so the faster you are, the more likely it won't save you. Looks like it's still able to save me though. Oh, I overheated. Wasn't paying attention to it. I was just trying to go get it as fast as I can. So this is very unlike the other assists. The other assists were all very weak. Oh, there we go. So even when you have this turned on, although I reduced it obviously, if you have it higher, it's gonna be almost impossible to flip yourself over now that it's super aggressive. It didn't used to be aggressive. But yeah, I would recommend turning it down or turning it off completely. Mostly because it's super aggressive now. Like you even when you're not at risk of flipping over, it's gonna slam the brakes for you and slow you down. So that's I would say that's bad. Oh wait, this might be partly because of my oh, I know why it's aggressive. It's because the brakes on loaded tires are just extremely powerful now. There's a mechanic in the game they added a while back that made it so that the heavier the load on your axle is, the stronger the brakes. So you can see I'm barely applying the brakes, but I'm slowing down decently. It's because of that. The everything regarding brakes is super aggressive now. Or at least this one is. The traction control and what was it, the other one? Is not really aggressive. Yeah, traction control, very weak. Anti-lock is different, I guess. It's reducing your brakes so that you don't lock up instead of in the traction control and the rollover where it's applying the brakes for you. Oh, I think the issue with traction control is, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the traction control is not using your brakes. It's just slowing down your wheels without the use of the in-game brake stuff. So it's not scaling with the brake force of our vehicle. Whereas the rollover protection seems to be scaling off of our brakes. So the stronger our brakes, the more aggressive it is. And the thing with my trailer setups is I even have them the brake power increased to 200%. This is so that when you're using the brakes, the trailer pulls you back. Because normally, if you have the stock one, the 100% braking, the default, say you're coming into a corner, you're turning because there's corner, even if it's just a slight corner, not no, it's just a turn, not necessarily a sharp corner. There's a turn, so you're turning, and you realize you're going too fast, so you apply the brakes. When you have the default setting on your trailer, your truck usually tends to brake to end up having more of the brakes applied to it because the weight also shifts forward. And like I mentioned, there's weight scaling on the brakes now, where the more weight there is on the axle, the stronger the brakes are. So when you hit the brakes, the weight shifts forward. So your truck ends up braking more than the trailer, and therefore the trailer pushes your truck forward, and that will cause like a jackknifing and or just make your truck drift. Like the rear of your truck will drift in that case. And that's why I put the trailer to maximum, to double, so that it's always the trailer that is pulling back on the truck instead of pushing it under braking. So yeah, apparently because of that new mechanic that got added at some point, the rollover protection is very strong now. So yeah, you should turn this down so that when you're not at risk of flipping over, it's not gonna slam the brakes for you. Because it's too aggressive now that it is scaling with the brake. And the reason I turn it off is because sometimes it's better to just, instead of applying the brakes to save you from flipping over, it's usually better to just either apply the brakes yourself or just ease up on the turn. Like reduce your steering. So I turned it off. Gonna turn aggressively and then see if I can get it to be at risk of flipping over. Yeah, you can see there it looked like it want to flip over. The assist would have slammed the brakes for me there, but there you go. Just by straightening myself, I managed to catch it. Or I can just use the brake myself. So yeah, I guess if you're using vehicles like this where it actually is likely to flip over, you can keep it at 10%, although it's still very aggressive, I would say. But personally, I would rather catch it myself by adjusting my steering or applying the brakes myself rather than letting it catch the vehicle for me. Because that's another, like I mentioned before with the other assists, that's an unpredictable thing to if you're letting the game decide for you when to apply the brakes or not. And sometimes, even if it applies the brakes, it's not even gonna save you. Although with how aggressive it is right now, that's probably not gonna be the case. It could still happen. Like just because it's super aggressive doesn't mean you're not no longer at risk. Unless you put it up to 100, I guess. Because apparently, yeah, it's very strong. Can I unload this like this? I can. Alright, let's go back to Ansan for the rest of the testing. So that's all of the assists already. Oh wait, our car is over here. Yeah, with the fact that the brakes scale now, it's so easy to catch yourself with your own brakes or just change your steering so that it won't flip over. So I don't recommend having this anymore, but it's gonna depend on you, obviously. If you're not if you're not paying attention, then this could help you. But I would say I'd recommend turning it off just so it's not braking even when it's not when you don't need to brake. And then we already mentioned the bike steering. I'll go back to these when I finally do a session where we're actually doing stuff with the bike. We're not gonna do that this time. So that's all of what I think about the settings in this game. Hopefully I managed to cover everything that I need to because the only reason I'm even doing this is, as someone pointed out to me, there's not really any guides regarding this on how to properly set up your controls in the game. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. On controller, you have limited inputs. Obviously, you have limited buttons, unlike with the keyboard where you have so many. And I believe there are combinations, input combinations that doesn't work. Like you can see here for me, what I use for most of them is either just a single key or it's with the Alt key. And at the same time, my burnout key is also assigned to Alt key. It says here left Alt, unlike the others where it's just Alt, but I'm not using the right Alt key. That's too far away from the WASD key. So yeah, they're all on the Alt key. So that's what I use for keyboard, but for controller, You probably want one or two keys to combine because you don't have as many keys. And yeah, as far as I know, I guess we can try setting up controls for the controller because I do have a controller right here. Hang on, let me just connect this thing. Oh wait, is it already connected? No, it's not. Also, this is the wrong cable. Where's my... Here we go. A very long cable for controller. Plug that in. Okay, there we go. I'm controlling now with the sticks and the triggers. Something was happening earlier, but the triggers are not doing anything now, or the stick. So I guess I need the D-pad? What's going on? Oh yeah, my inputs stopped working. Huh. Let me try reconnecting. Hmm. Why is my controller not working? Nope, that's my keyboard. I did click controller, didn't I? That's working, and then now it's not. Huh. That was me pushing the stick up. Maybe the game is confused because of the fact that my keyboard was giving controller inputs before, but now I have an actual controller. Oh yeah, we have this thing, connected device list. Yeah, it's detecting the X input controller from my keyboard. Oh, wait, it's also controlling, I don't know. Hmm. So my Xbox controller is connected. Oh, there we go. I'm controlling it again. I'm able to move between the two. Refresh. The B is not closing it though. Weird. What if I restart the game and switch off my keyboard controller functions so that it doesn't get confused on which controller I want to use? It might be thinking my controller is like a second device, but it only wants to accept input from the first device. Nope, it's still not accepting my controller inputs. The controller is connected though. It even shows up here. Yeah, I'm controlling it right now, but I can't close the menu. Just the up and down. Yeah, I can only go between those two. Alright, we're not doing this then, I guess. I'll have to figure that out some other time. But yeah, something you need to consider, you can have not all button combinations is possible. There will be button combinations that even if you assign it, it's not gonna work on controller. Kinda like the escape key on keyboard. Like you're not, it's not in here anywhere, even though it works as an input. You're not allowed to change it. So I can't make button combinations with it. The same thing is with the controller, where some combinations is not allowed for whatever reason. So you just have to figure out your key binding so that you can have as many of these as you can. Speaking of, I just remembered this, something that I did. I gave the forklift lift and lower the same inputs as my winch in and out. But actually, I have secondary the the trigger works as my wait no LB. That's the bumper, not the trigger. Yeah, left bumper is actually assigned to lift and lower the forks and the tilting, not the winching. Oh, this is left, right. This is up, down. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't actually know. Now that I think of it, this might not be. This might just be the default. I don't think I set this myself. But yeah, this is something you can do to have them on the same key since you're not gonna be operating a forklift and a winch at the same time. Oh yeah, I think I have other inputs like that where I have them assigned on the same key. Yeah, diff lock on X and the lift axle. Because there's no vehicle in this game that has both the diff lock and the lifting axle feature. It's either one or the other, or none. None of those features. So you can have those on the same key. What else? I guess I don't really have much because I'm on keyboard and keyboard has so many keys already. I don't need to put certain controls on the same keys. It's just a few. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I changed the opening of chat to the button right next to the enter key so that because sometimes when I'm using menus and whatnot, I use the enter key and that can cause the chat window to open up even when I don't want it to. So I just put it on the key right next to the enter key instead. Yeah, I wanted to also show you guys what you can do with a gamepad, but Unfortunately, it's not working for some reason right now. So let's get to actually driving. So my assists are back to how I want it to be. So now this is mostly stock. Yes, stock radiator. I did put a short intake just because it's usually better. This is the stock engine on this thing, 320, very powerful. Obviously, you want the turbo to give you more power. 5 speed is always good. I changed that, I believe. I don't remember which one is stock because it's the same weight as the 4 speed, unlike the 6 speed which adds 30 kilograms or the HM6 25 kilograms. The EV 1 speed is also very good. It's only 20 kilograms, but obviously you only have 1 speed with that. So it's very rare that you'll have use for it. But yeah, sometimes that is very good option. For some reason, the Daffy transmission shifts very slowly, probably to simulate the fact that it's an old transmission. So this is not good. Don't use this. And it weighs 100 just like the other 4 speeds. So yeah, 5 speed is usually the best, but obviously there will be situations where you're gonna want an extra gear or even just different ratios on the gearing. So you might want to use the other transmission in those cases. But you just keep in mind that 6 speed are heavier and then the 1 speed is very lightweight and the Duffy is bad because it's very slow on the gear shifts. And that's what I meant with the assist earlier on that has to do with shifting gears. Even if you're doing full manual shifting where you turn off the all the assists relating to changing gears, such as the throttle whip, anti-stall, and shift failure, even if you turn all of those off to go fully manual on the shifting, if you have something like the Daffy transmission, it still takes forever to change the gears. Doesn't matter how quickly you do it on full manual. The game doesn't let you do it faster. So last time, I actually put a lot of rear bias on this, but I realized with how much rear bias I was able to do before having the rear slide. I believe this thing can make the rear slide just from braking. Let's actually see that, but only on high speeds. And so if I brake now, wait, did it slide? Was it the front or the rear? Yeah, the rear is sliding because we have a lot of rear brake bias. Obviously, when we're braking, the weight is shifting to the front, especially with this vehicle. The suspension is soft because it's stock, and the center of mass is very high. And we also have a lot of travel on the suspension. So there's a lot of weight shifting. So what I think we can actually do is increase the power of the brakes. And now that I increased it, the rear is definitely gonna lock up. So I'm gonna move the bias towards the front again, but not back to stock yet. So I think both our front and our rear should be able to lock up now. Yeah, we're getting skid marks from both the front and the rear wheels now. Even when I'm not pressing the brakes to the maximum. So we need to reduce the power to 130, I guess. And now that I reduced it, let's go back and increase the brake bias to the rear. You shouldn't really mess with the brakes too much until you have the rest of the setup done. It's just that because we were talking about the assists earlier that I thought I'd show this early on, but we'll go back to this later. And it's always good when you're testing to be able to actually stop your vehicle. Yeah, that was with me driving in sport mode even. Actually, I should have tested with drift, but that's fine. So I think this thing actually needs like a 120 or 110% brake power, but that's not an option. So I'm actually gonna keep it just stock for now, just so we're not yet using the maximum braking. Because the brakes on this is already very good, I would say. It's just the bias. You should give this thing some rear bias when it's completely stock. So now that we've done, and here's what you need to adjust first before the brakes, the suspension. Also, obviously you want KM2 tires for the road. Oh, didn't want to go out there. So let's do the suspension now. So this vehicle has a really good balance. In fact, in its stock form, I believe it's 50-50. It's just that I have the front lowered because this is supposed to be the Mad Max Noxus hot rod from Mad Max. But yeah, in stock form, this is 50-50 weight distribution. Although I guess we have decimals that are not visible. So yeah, now that I'm now that I lowered the front, it's actually showing us that yeah, the front is slightly heavier. Oh, I think the turbo. If we remove the turbo, no, that's still not light enough. What about the engine? We can lose 30 kilograms by going to a lighter engine. But I really don't think. I, actually, no, let's just look at the stock height again. Huh. I thought this was 50-50. On my last stream, it was saying 0.7, 0.7. I don't know why we have a lighter rear now for some reason. Is our front wheel heavier? 20 kilograms? Just slightly. Even our turbo, which is more weight than that. Although I guess The wheels are further forward than the turbo. But still, that's such a small difference in weight. So what else could have messed with our weight distribution? Hmm. These don't have weight on them. Oh, the brake power does, yeah. The brake balance does not, nor does the brake pads. We still have the stock radiator. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not 50-50 weight distribution anymore, but we're still we still have very good weight distribution. So this is actually perfect that we got this car now. Now that I'm doing this tuning guide of sorts. Because like I said, yeah, this thing has very good weight distribution. It's not perfect, obviously. We found out just now that the front is actually slightly heavier than the rear, but this is still very good. Also, the car is quite heavy. Oh, wait. Did they reduce the weight? I thought this was 1.5 tons. So that would explain why there's more weight at the front now. Because we still have the heavy engine at the front, but the car itself is lighter. Anyways, let's go. Let's go tune this thing. So, let's see. Everything is stock, right? Except the height and the spacers. So obviously with tuning, depends on the vehicle. So just because I'm tuning this vehicle a certain way doesn't mean the same kind of tuning will work on other vehicles. Which is why I'm looking at the weight distribution. That's the first thing to look at, I would say, when you're tuning a vehicle, is find out where the weight of it is. Because that's gonna be very important on how the car behaves. So yeah, this thing drives very nicely. Just trying to get a feel for the car first before we go mess with this with the suspension or any parts, I guess. The wheels and the spacer and the height adjustment is for the looks. Because like I said, this is supposed to be a Mad Max build. So we're not changing those, even though those are affecting our handling and performance. I'm keeping them as they are and we'll adjust the rest of the build based on how the car feels right now. I am driving it in drift mode so that I can get a better feel because obviously having the assist in sport mode could mess with the handling. Got a lot of power, like I mentioned. Which is also another reason why this is actually a great vehicle to do this kind of thing, which is why I titled this Learning to Make a Setup. You have a nicely balanced vehicle that has a lot of power for how much grip it has. Like nowadays in real life, this is not even close to being a lot of power, like 320 horsepower. Not really all that much. So the first thing I would say is the fact that this vehicle is quite tall and narrow, and the suspension on it is soft, is causing a lot of weight shifting. So what you can do to address that is, first of all, lower the height. But as I mentioned, the height that I have on this thing is part of the build, so I'm not actually gonna change that. The next thing is the stiffness. We can go stiffen the springs so that it reduces all the weight transfer. And to compensate for that, we're also increasing our dampers. You can't really go wrong with maximum down dampers, but for the front wheels to be more responsive with your steering or and the weight shifting, I wouldn't go too high on it. I wouldn't just max it. On the rear, I would say maximum dampers on the rear is probably fine. But unless you need strong dampers, I would still recommend keeping it low, just so that your suspension is more responsive. Also, I need fuel, so I'm gonna refuel. Yeah, now that I stiffen the suspension, you can see the rear sliding because of the high center mass and narrow profile. Even though I gave it maximum spaces on the rear already. Not maximum spaces on the front though, so just like with lowering the height when it comes to a build like this where it's high center of gravity and soft, maxing out the height reduction and the spacer is gonna help. But yeah, I'm not changing those with this build because those affect how the build looks, and I want this build to look exactly as it is already. The only goal now is to make it drive better without changing how it looks. So the rear still really wants to slide. Although part of that is we were going really fast, and this thing does not really have much downforce, I believe. And we are putting down a lot of power. Always gotta avoid the curbs if you can, because in this game the curbs are just deadly. Yeah, this is feeling a lot more stable, even though it's still really likes to slide the rear out. Just by looking at it, you can see there's a lot less body roll now that we have stiffer springs. Also, yeah, now that I put the stock brake power, I can apply the full brake force and get very little skidding under full brakes. So the body roll is almost gone now, even at just double this. Well, I guess doubling the stiffness is a big difference, so it makes sense that it's almost gone now. And that is despite the fact that I did not lower this thing. It's probably gonna drive much better lowered. In fact, if you lowered yours, you can probably get away with softer springs. Because the softer springs uh, cushions the weight transfer, so your vehicle is not gonna be so quick to your grip levels on your wheels are not gonna be so quick to change during weight transfers when you have softer springs. So that'll make it more predictable to drive and less likely to suddenly spin out. But since I did not lower mine, I'm gonna keep the 200. So, but I still want to make it less. Or what was it that I said? I want to reduce the. I want to cushion the weight transfers. So I can do that by giving the rear softer roll bars. So I'm gonna put that to a minimum. In fact, to make the most noticeable difference, I'm even gonna max out the roll bar at the front, just so we can clearly see the difference between the stock roll bars and having it soft on the rear, and the fact that I have maximum on the front will exaggerate that effect. Yeah, it feels much more planted now. It's not just very suddenly moving around. Because the roll bars are now helping the cushion the weight transfer. Even though I have quite stiff springs on this. Yeah, going from left to right is much more manageable now. Obviously, we still have the high profile because I didn't lower it, and the narrow wheelbase. So it is still a wild vehicle, especially with all the power that it can put down. So the rear still likes to slide around. But yeah, it's so much easier now to manage. Although it is starting to get to have a little bit of understeer. Because remember, I maxed out the the roll bars at the front and have the minimum at the rear. In other vehicles, it would probably doing that would probably give it a lot of understeer. But this thing has good weight distribution, so it's still handling well, I would say. It's just a little bit of understeer. And yeah, we're leaving a tiny bit of skid mark on full brake force. On drift mode, so we don't have the ABS affecting our braking. Although, actually, which I need to pay attention. Is it the front or the rear that's locking up, or is it both? Let's look at our skid marks again. That looks like one line, but I think it's just because I was driving straight. I think it's hmm. Yeah, I think it's both. We have this line here that goes to here that is narrow. That's my front wheels, and this is the rear wheel, the thick one. So both are locking up. Interesting. Even though I put it back to stock brake power. Yeah, you can see here, they're separate. I thought if we put it to 100 brake power, the stock, that it won't lock up anymore. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I thought this car needed like 110 or 120 brake power. But we're still locking up on stock. So it actually doesn't need the it doesn't need increased brake power. In fact, we need to reduce it if we can. But that it will be reduced the more we use the brakes as it gets worn out. Also, these are very clean skid marks. They're not dark, so we're not locking up the wheels, but we are skidding through under full braking, which is not ideal, but it is very smooth. Yeah, it only starts bouncing around here towards the end once we get to very low speeds. At high speeds, the braking is consistent. So we might even be able to do lower dampers. Yeah, I went 300 on the rear. We might be able to get away with 200s all around. It really depends on how the car is behaving. Whether increasing the dampers or reducing it will give you a more stable braking. Sometimes having it, it's like with sound frequencies. I'm not sure if I'm giving a useful comparison here. What's it called? The physics thing where things are bouncing around. You have to dial in the movement. Sometimes if you have too much damping or stiffness, you end up canceling the bounciness. But sometimes you actually want to lower it to because the bounciness is not good. You want a stable, consistent compression on the springs or the suspension. I guess we can try, since it's just the braking that we're talking about right now, we can try going with this, just with lower dampers. Now you can see the skid marks are darker in some areas, in some areas it's lighter because it's bouncing around. But it started smooth. It was only when I got ended up turning left right that it bounced around. And then at low speeds, you can clearly see when it applies too much and then suddenly it's fine again, and then it applies too much again. You can have another look here. Oh, we didn't even skid at low speeds. Yeah, it was smooth once we lost our speed. So yeah, it got lighter and lighter until it wasn't skidding anymore. So we're getting darker and darker here, and then got lighter. Also, I think this is actually very good that we have different thickness on our wheels because we can clearly see which one is our rear wheels and which one is our front wheels. So that's actually a useful thing when you're testing and tuning to have different thickness on your wheels first, and then once you've dialed in your tuning, then you can change to whichever wheel you want. It's kind of hard to see though when they're blending in like this. So that's enough of the braking. Let's try actually driving with this reduced dampers. Yeah, it's so much easier to catch with the reduced roll bars on the rear. I'm not sure yet whether maxing out the front roll bars was a good idea or not though. Because like I mentioned earlier, I could tell there was a little bit more understeer now because of that change. You know what? Um, Now that I have those softer rear roll bars, I was initially thinking of softening, trying a softer springs, but now that the real roll bars are softer, I'm actually thinking of trying stiffer springs instead. Let's go do that. Put 300%. I really wish we had more options. Like going from 200 to 300 is a massive difference. Makes it easier to pick out which one is better, but then you can never get to the one that is ideal because you can't get the exact one that you want. Oh, we need more damping because I stiffened the spring. It bounced around there because of the lack of dampers. Because in this game, your dampers don't scale with your springs, so whenever you stiffen your springs, you're probably gonna need to increase your dampers as well. Oh, the sign is still there on track. Good thing it wasn't on the racing line. Yeah, this is so much smoother, I think. Unless I'm just driving better now that I've done a bunch of laps before. Let me try one more lap. Oh yeah, we need more dampers. Let's not go for another lap until we change that. Also, let's look at our skid marks once again. Yeah, we're bouncing around because we need more dampers, I believe, because we have stiffer springs now. And I think the understeer is no longer there because of the overall stiffness of our suspension. Like I didn't just stiffen the rear, even though I made the decision to stiffen the rear to solve the sliding of the rear. I also stiffened the front just to keep the whole car on the same stiffness because the car is balanced anyway. The weight distribution is pretty good. So there's probably no point in messing with different spring rates front or versus rear unless we have better unless we have more precise tuning on the springs, which we don't have. We can only go from 200 to 300 or to 150, which are all massive differences. Yeah, I'm not noticing any understeer anymore. I would have expected in in most cars in this game, I would have expected more understeer from having 200% at the front and then 50 on the rear, or anti-roll bars that is. But this thing, because it's well balanced, it does have understeer, but it's very manageable understeer. It's not the very noticeable one. Like the reasons I'm going wide on some of these corners is because of that understeer that it has. But I can also just steer more because it's such a small amount of understeer. At least that's what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, it's so easy to control slides like that now that we have stiffer. And there we go. You could see me leaving skid marks there on the turn from the front wheels because of the understeer. So let's actually address that understeer by let's not remove the stiff roll bar on the front just yet. Just reduce it and see if we still have understeer or not. Probably gonna have less than before, but still have some. But it's such a small amount already to begin with that I don't think we really need to remove it completely. I would rather keep the roll bar stiff on this thing because my current setup is because it helps stabilize the rear. Well, not the rear, the whole car, allowing the soft rear roll bar to keep the rear more planted. Also, I forgot to mention, I wanted to mention this at the start. Like, obviously, even though I have driven cars in real life, I'm not a real life racer or anything like that. In fact, you won't find me playing sim racing games. This is as close to sim racing as I think I've ever gotten. I played many racing games, and that's why I'm good with this kind of stuff. But that don't make me an expert or anything. And that's part of the reason why I titled this Learning to make a setup, because even though I'm talking, explaining a bunch of stuff as if I'm teaching someone else, I'm still also just learning things myself. Like that's why I spend my time doing all this testing, because I am aware that I'm not an expert on these things and there are a lot for me to learn. Also, there's still more understeer that I want. I would still want to reduce the understeer if possible. But first, we need fuel. So I guess we can try going back to stock front roll bars. I don't think there's anything else I should really change. Because I'm not changing the height and the spacer to maintain the look. Don't need the angle kit. In fact, this thing seems to be steering. Yeah, this thing has plenty of angle on stock. Oh, this is supposed to be a Mad Max build from Fury Road. Call this Noxus Hot Rod. Actually, let me pull up the screenshot that I based this on. Well, screenshots, but I'm only gonna show one of them. Where did I put them? Hot Rod. I think I can actually keep this somewhere on the screen just so everyone who sees my stream will know what this is supposed to be. How can I do that? There's no image. Oh, there we go, image. It even has the name on it. Oh, it's showing like that. No, don't want it on the full screen. Where should I put it? Guess we don't need the minimap this session or the chat. None of them signed up. We're in a multiplayer, but none of them signed up to be on stream anyways. Just some randoms playing on the same server. How can I get it precisely? It's docking to the side. Alright, there we go. Wait, what is that on top? Why is the image like that? Oh, that's just how it is. I see. So yeah, I changed the roll bar, and I don't think there's anything else to change. Let's look at our. Yeah, we still have pretty good. Wait, the front is already. Yeah, that makes sense. Double the wear at the front. This is also one of the new vehicles, which is actually part of the reason why I decided to do this stream now. Because we're still in test branch. So this car is technically not out, not yet released. It's still in testing. In fact, I think they reduced the weight. It didn't say on the patch notes of the latest test branch updates that they changed anything on this car, but I thought last time we had perfect 50-50% weight distribution on this thing, and that it weighed 1.5 tons, but now it's only 1.3, and the front is slightly heavier than the rear. So I'm gonna have to check that later, but I was pretty sure that's how it was on in my last stream. Also, yeah, this car is still really snappy, I guess. But yeah, it looks like my... No, I was about to say adjusting the roll bars looked like it removed the understeer, but actually on that final corner, I understeered. Oh, and there's a... I called it the same. The car in the game is called Raven. So I think we should actually go back to 200. And maybe actually 150 on the rear. Because we already know the front is now slightly heavier than the rear, unlike last time. So that'll make our rear even softer. So I think so that we don't have understeer, we're gonna have to also make the front roll bar soft. Either that or I'm gonna have to go with softer springs. Because obviously right now the front springs are now stiffer than the rear. Still understeering. Brakes are really good as always, especially because even the stock form of this car already had really good braking. But now that since I have adjusted the brake bias on this thing, it's even better. Okay, so this is feeling good other than the fact that it still has understeer that I want to reduce. Or ideally, not have any understeer at all. And it is still very snappy, as we just saw there. I thought I had the corner there, but then it just lost me. I thought I came into the corner really well until it wasn't going well. Now that I think about it, maybe I should um go back to the other brake bias, or at least have more rear brake bias again, because it is under braking that I'm losing it. What's our brake balance now? Yeah, I had this before. Braking on a straight line, on a perfectly straight line. This was perfect, but I think to help us be stable under braking, we need more on the rear than the front. So I'm softening the front springs now as well, because there was still understeer. I'm also gonna be testing and tuning one other car after this, so we're gonna have a good comparison on how two different cars can behave and has to be tuned. These curbs are so aggressive. Really need to stay off it. Oh, I touched it again. Yeah, this is far more stable under braking now, even though it's not as good at slowing down probably. So we can focus on the suspension now, I think. If we didn't have this ride height setting on this thing where the front is lower than the rear, this brake bias is probably gonna be even better. But I have to keep this ride height to maintain the look that I was going for. So the braking is not as good as a result of that. There is still understeer. Oh, I braked too late. Yeah, because I approached that corner much faster than before, now that I'm more confident with the braking, but I don't have as strong of a braking anymore as well, so I should have braked earlier than I did, considering how fast I got before the braking zone. It is handling really well now, so I think it was the right choice to go with softer springs, but maybe because we still have some understeer and it's still not handling maybe as good as it can be, we can try a little bit softer. Also, I forgot to change the dampers, but I still want to try softer springs, I believe. So we should lower our dampers. I was hoping I could keep the stiff springs and just have the soft roll bars to have the same effect as having soft springs without actually having soft springs, but looks like it needs soft springs anyways. But I think it was still the right choice to have the soft roll bars. And I think the main problem is the fact that this car is slightly heavier at the front and we gave it lower front height than the rear. Yeah, it already is driving really well considering everything about this car. But maybe like a lighter engine to reduce the weight at the front and a flat height or even lower rear than the front would improve this thing. But yeah, I'm not messing with the height on this to maintain the looks, so oh, you know what? What if I drive it in sport mode? Would it be much more stable now? Obviously, I was driving in drift mode because the car does handle well even without assists, and not having the assists helping me out makes it easy to find the issues of the suspension and how to adjust the setup. But now that I feel like I'm close to how I want this setup to be, we can try it out in sport mode. Even if it's just for a couple of laps, just to have a comparison. Yeah, the front really wants to dig in under braking because of the heavier front and the lower height on the front. And I think that is the main reason it becomes unstable. But those are not really something that I want to change on this build. I want to keep the strong engine and the height because it is supposed to have those as part of this build. Let's go back to drift mode now. And I guess we can see what happens if we go back to the stock stiffness. Because we did change our roll bars to be much softer than stock. So we're back to how it was besides the roll bar. Let's see if this is any good. Oh, maybe I should go back to having more front brake bias again now that I have this soft suspension. Yeah, I think our braking is suffering now. Because there's so now that the suspension is softer, there's so much weight transfer on the braking that I think we need more brake bias at the front now. Let's try going back to F70. Yeah, that's more at the front, less at the rear. Also, the front is digging in now because of how soft the suspension is. So I think we need to stiffen the front roll bar. Also, let me adjust this thing, that. Let me move this. In fact, where's the chat box? Yeah, I guess we can have it there over the chat box. I don't know what it's locking onto, but I can't get it exactly where I want it. So we can make it smaller. All right, let's continue testing this thing. No, but why was my tab not putting me on repair? Huh, I have the tab key working, but I'm pressing tab here and it's not moving me down the list. Huh, yeah, the game recognizes me pressing tab, but it's not moving me to the other stuff when I press tab. I don't know what's up with that. That's the first time I've had that. I've always used tab to quickly go from go down to the repair there. Nope, I think we have too much front braking again. We really need fine-tuning options in the brake bias thing. I don't know why they only gave us 10 options with 10% differences. It's bad enough that our suspension can't be fine-tuned, but then our brake bias also can't be fine-tuned. I think we need to go back to the stiffer springs. This is really soft. It stops better because the combination of the weight transfer to the front and the more front biased braking allows it to be more effective at stopping, but this is way too soft. I don't know if 120 or 150 is better. We still have the soft rear roll bar, which is, I think, good, other than that it's making us have some understeer. What was it? The brakes. Need to go back to F60. Yeah, the tab isn't working there anymore. I don't know why. I was using the tab earlier to repair. Oh, already losing the rear. Yeah, we have, when you combine the soft rear roll bars with stiff springs, it's really increasing the understeer. The understeer on this thing is really manageable though, but really, it would be really nice if it's not there. If we can reduce it or get rid of it somehow. So yeah, because I stiffened it, I probably need to put it back to 50% at the front. But I'm also thinking of trying afterwards the 120 springs with a different front roll bar than the rear, that is. Oh, not sure what to think of that. I think that's just because of the, once again, the slightly more weight at the front combined with the lower front height and our soft roll bars, I guess. Yeah, the braking and understeer is really not ideal, but I guess that's just what happens when you make a build like this. But again, I am driving in drift mode. It's probably not bad in sport mode, so I'll try doing a lap in sport mode again. Oh, oh, really wanted to go left. Yeah, so the front really digs in, which is the main issue. The brakes are so strong. So maybe I should have the softer front and softer rear than the front that I tried earlier, but now with softer overall stiffness than before. Because earlier I had tried 200, 150, I believe. Also, I keep forgetting to adjust the dampers. And then, because I already have softer springs at the rear, I think I can finally get rid of the soft rear roll bar. But keep the front roll bar soft because it has the stiffer springs on it. Yeah, that's much better. That's the understeer I don't think is there anymore because of this setup. I don't know about the rest though. Let's have a look at our skid marks there. That was good. Although it went wide because I just was still going too fast. But it was really good entry onto that corner. Besides that, wait, those are. This is the rear. Hmm. Yeah, it's the rear that is leaving a lot of skid marks. So now that I have stiffer front than the rear, maybe I can go increase the front brake bias again. Yeah, the rear, even at a mostly straight line, it's the rear that is leaving skid marks under braking. The front is as well, but not as much as the rear. so I need fuel and gonna try more brake bias at the front. Oh, went too fast. Oh, I forgot to try that setup in drift mode. Oh well, I only changed the brake bias anyway. Yeah, having this much brake bias at the front on this build doesn't really feel very good there. But let's try again before I change it back. The rear really wants to get in front with this much front bias. Oh, what? Well, that's the first time it flipped over. It just lifted up the side so suddenly and then went and rolled. Alright, let's try drift mode now. One 30.5, that's fast. That may be my fastest. I wasn't really paying attention to the lap times, but that is pretty good. That could be my fastest so far. Having that traction control really helps a lot. because this thing has a lot of power like that. I can probably go sub 130 with this thing then. Tab not working here is messing me with my controls. I've never seen that bug. I don't know why tab is not working here right now. The game is definitely recognizing me pressing tab, but I don't know why it's not moving me to the next stuff when I'm pressing tab. So what was it? The brakes? Actually, because we have to go to the next. Hmm, it's a big difference. Yeah, I guess we can try again. Fifty roll bar at the front. Yeah, let's try this again. Actually, maybe only 120 at the rear. So I'm not changing the brake bias yet, because these adjustments could help me make more better use of the increased front bias. Because I believe this is the correct brake bias for this car to get the best stopping distance. It's just that it's making the build unstable under braking because of how strong the braking is. Like, if this setup was lower, or at least the rear is lowered, then it wouldn't be so bad, but that's not what this build is, so we have to compromise. Oh yeah, having this much stiffer front than rear is making the understeer worse again. Yeah, the understeer is really bad now. I didn't really want to go up to 200% stiffness at the front, but I wanted to try something more than 150. But there isn't anything between those two, so yep, understeering just that's still a 135. Can this car much do much faster lap than I think it can? Because we spun around, or was that on the other lap? Like I said, I haven't really been paying attention to the lap times because I'm not making a track build, which is why I'm not changing the ride height, even though that's really what this car needs. Yeah, the increased front stiffness is helping with the braking, but it's also making the understeer worse. But then again, this car can deal with a little bit of understeer. Oh, wants to flip over again. Alright, let me try going to sport mode. Oh, I indicated. You know, I'm struggling to keep the car in control when I'm accidentally clicking on my mouse. I have the left and right signal on left mouse and right mouse button because I'm steering with my mouse. So when I start to really hold down on the mouse, I can end up pressing my indicator keys. Oh yeah, I'm in sport mode. I'm still driving as if it's drift mode because it's really slidey. So I should be checking the tire temperatures. Wait, I'm not noticing the understeer. I guess I'm just driving it in a way that doesn't really create the understeer. Oh yeah, there's the understeer. Yeah, that's why I keep saying this thing can deal with some understeer because if you just drive it differently, it won't understeer. Also, that's us 129.2. So this car is really fast. I'm not even doing anywhere near the fastest this car can do yet because this build is not good for going as fast as possible, which is why I'm struggling to figure out a good setup for this. I don't normally take this much time testing my build because I can just give them a good setup immediately and after just a couple of laps know that yeah, this is a good setup. Let me try drift mode again. Yeah, there's definitely understeer, but it's fine. Oh, I shifted to first. No wonder it started sliding more than I was already sliding. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Here I thought I was gonna go. Oh, I wanted refueling. The tab key didn't work again. I wanted to go for a quick lap, but I guess that's not happening anymore. Alright, let's see how fast I can go on the next lap then. In drift mode, that is. Probably won't beat my 129.2 there, because that was with sport mode. But maybe... But I think the car is capable of much more. Not necessarily my setup. So even without sport mode assist, it is possible for me to beat it, I think, if I just drive better. I can definitely beat it in sport mode, I would say. And with a better setup, not this compromised build that I'm using that is supposed to look like the Mad Max vehicle here. Good lap so far. Not clean at all, but good. There's just so much power to manage that it's so easy to just slide the wheels instead of accelerating. Yeah, that's a 130. And I messed up the entry, dang it. I think this is a good setup already. I don't even remember what exactly was my last issue with this that I mentioned, because it is driving really nicely now. I just had to adjust to the way it drives, I guess. Considering how fast we're going now with our lap times, yeah, it's safe to say this is a good setup. I'm gonna try to get a fast lap in drift mode and then a fast lap in sport mode. I'm probably gonna run out of fuel before that, but I think I can still do this lap before running out. Well, I messed this lap up already. So let's just go refuel now, I guess. Yeah, I think our temperatures are good. Oh, the front is getting hot. It's not wearing as quickly as an overheated brakes though. and we're not having the smoke effect. So I think we're just getting close to overheating it. Maybe it is overheating for like at the end, towards the end of the big braking zones, which is why it's wearing down twice as fast as the rear. But that's just probably because I went back to F70. Maybe I should go back to F60. Let's try this. See how fast we can go. Also, the tires were still quite cold. What was it? Yeah, the tires in this game doesn't really heat up. And that's one of the changes on this update, the grip levels from the tire temperature. So I don't think I have to worry about the tire temperature. As long as it's not cold, I think we're at the optimal grip range. And I think the only way we're gonna go beyond the optimal grip temperature is by constantly doing burnouts. Because we are sliding the rear quite a bit, but it's still cold. It's not getting all that hot. Well, yeah, that's what I meant with the front, having more front brake bias, giving better stopping distance. I think I would have made it on that corner properly if I just had more braking on the front. But if you're making a setup for this car that isn't like this, where the front is lower than the rear, I think this is the way to go with the brake bias, the F60. But since I have the front lower on this thing, the F70 is much better, so let me actually change that back. In fact, you should probably lower the rear more than the front, which should make the F60 even better in that case. But I don't know, I'm testing this one, not one with a lower rear, so I'm just guessing. Let's try to get this good lap here. Already not the best exit there. And that's not good. Tried to brake late, but then the car did not want to stay straight, and therefore I couldn't brake effectively. I'm pretty sure I could brake later than that if I can just keep the car straight. But yeah, that's the issue with this setup. Really doesn't like staying straight on the braking. Oh, what the heck? I bounced off something there. Ruined my exit. I was gonna say that's decent, but then I got messed up by the bounce. I'm hitting, I'm bouncing over stuff there. Under braking. I would have been fine if not for that. Like I didn't go off track, even though I spun around because of all the bouncing. I made a bug report about that, but not really an easy thing to fix where your car bounces off like the edges of the texture, where the two pieces of the road texture connects with each other. Oh, and I ruined this already. God damn it. Just can't get a clean lap with this thing. Well, it is a hard build to use, so I was hoping the fact that this car is, well, was 50-50% on weight distribution, that this wouldn't be this bad, but hey, if you're crazy enough to even want to drive around in a Mad Max vehicle, I guess you can't really expect the best handling. Also, these light pieces are intentionally not symmetrical, as well as what's the right word? I intentionally added some randomized rotation on them to make him look uh well, random. Because they're not supposed to look perfectly aligned and distributed. 130.3. I thought I was fast enough for 129, but just barely not. I really wanna try to get a 129 on drift mode though. Yeah, this car takes some getting used to, I guess. That's really the main issue that I had at the start with this, which is why I kept making changes to the car, but that just made it worse because I couldn't get used to the car because I kept changing it. Now that I've tried so many variations of the setup and have this good as good as I can make setup, and that I'm much better at driving it now. Oh, there we go, 129.2. So I even beat my time earlier, I think. It was a 129.2 as well, right? But this is a little bit faster, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly what my time was earlier. Oh, well, that kind of ruins this lap. One 129.2 is really fast for this track, by the way. Especially considering how heavy this car is and how high the center of mass is, which is very easy to notice when we're hitting the curbs and almost rolling over. You'd think something this heavy and top and has a high center mass wouldn't go around this track that quickly, considering bunch of other vehicles can only do 130s here. Really goes to show how helpful in terms of handling the weight distribution on this thing is, even though it's not 50-50, it's close enough to it that it's, yeah, it handles really nice. Oh, I wanted to repair. So I think that's it for this build. We can upload it to the workshop. Now I think, oh, I've been using it without turbo, so this can go even faster. Yeah, I forgot that I removed the turbo. Probably should have a turbo on this thing. Because, yeah, it's supposed to have turbos on it. So our brake bias is, yeah, F70. So that gives us more weight at the front, but not very much. Yeah, I think we can do 128 with the turbo. I just forgot that I didn't have a turbo. I could have just looked at the bottom right and see that it's not indicating any turbo spool, but for some reason I just thought I have a turbo and didn't even bother checking. So I'll go try again. I just need more fuel first. 128 is really fast though. Like 130 on this track is already fast. 129 is very fast. 128 on this track is crazy, especially for something this heavy and with a high center of mass. So with the proper racing setup, this car might be capable of 127. Well, I missed. Well, this lap doesn't count because I came from the pits. I don't think fuel weight is a thing on this game yet. Your weight doesn't change based on how much fuel you have. They just have it added in. That's part of why cars in this game are heavy, I believe, because they just have their weight calculated as if they always have a full tank. I'm doing this in drift mode still, by the way, because the car does handle really nice. Obviously, it's gonna be much easier and better in sport mode because it is a bit unstable of a car. My setup, that is, because of the lower front than rear. Well, this lap is not good already. So this car, yeah, I think this car is capable of 127s if I just give it a proper setup. I haven't even messed with the gearing because I just gave this the gearing that I want to give it because that's part of the build. That's also one of the things on this build that I don't really want to change. I think this is already the gearing for this car, but obviously for this track, I probably can go with a better gearing. Okay, lap is good so far, and we're almost at the end. Not ideal. Well, that kind of ruins it. Yeah, we could have done a 127 there. You know what? Let's just do it in sport mode rather than struggling in drift mode. Oh yeah, I was driving it as if it didn't have the turbo. I was so used to it already going full throttle through there, but now that I have the turbo, it had so much more power for through there. I should have let off a little. I forgot about that. Oh, it's all about weight distribution. It's heavy, but it's got the weight in all the right places. And the wheels are very far apart. It's got a decent wheelbase on it, unlike what you'd think in a car like this. Like if you compare it to the Daffy's wheelbase is much shorter. The front wheels on this thing is at the very front of it. And the rears are also almost at the very back. And it can turn even better if I give it a proper racing setup. Like a -10 rear. It's still very tall even at -10 rear. Not sure if I also want to give it -10 at the front for racing. it's gonna depend on on how well the rest of the setup goes together. Because we can't make the fine-tune adjustments like in the brake bias and the stiffness. So that's where the height adjustments can make small differences. So that's a 127, but it's just a little under 128. I think we can go faster than that. Well, if not if we mess up the very first corner. And if we almost flip over. Yeah, there's so much more power now that we have the turbo. I haven't adjusted my braking zones and racing line to the extra power. Let's try to get this exit with as much speed as we can. Oh, I thought I was going into the wall there. Oh, not the ideal entry into this corner. Well, actually, yeah, because we have more power. So that slightly different line kind of worked out. Yeah, because I approached the corner with more speed. And there's our understeer, but manageable understeer. Oh, it's going right. Oh no, oh. So that slowed us down, but we're still good, I believe. I think we can still beat our current best. But maybe just barely now that we lost a bunch of time. Yeah, we beat it just barely because we lost a bunch of time. So let's try to not lose that much time. Well, we just did. Let's check our condition. Oh yeah, the front brakes are overheating because the heat limit on them is what, 400? Tires are very cold still though. Like 30, 30. This one is the hottest at 55. You know what? We can go get fresh tires and brakes. And yeah, I do think refreshing our brakes as well is also gonna help because we did fine tune our brake bias already. Although, actually, maybe not all of them though. Yeah, we're at F70, but it was between F70 and F60 where the ideal brake bias is. So this gives us more front brake bias than this, which means I think I want to replace only the rear brakes, not the front. Let's only replace that. And then yeah, this is the right rear, because this is a left-hand track where we're going counterclockwise. So the rear right is getting more abuse. Well, the thing is, if I change the height, it's gonna change the whole setup. So we can't just simply reduce the height and expect to do well. It's not Raven week anyway. I'll definitely go back and tune our racing Raven when it's up on the weekly challenge. I'm probably not gonna make it in a few laps, so let's get some fuel at first. Because the current height on the rear is stock, the front is -3. So if I just make a massive change like putting -10 on the rear, it's gonna affect the whole setup, and I'm gonna need to make other changes to make the build still drive properly. Also, yeah, this guy knows what I'm doing, so it's fine. Oh, how did I ended up in first? Was I not in third gear there? I thought I was in third going down to second. Anyways, yeah, that guy, he was even in voice chat earlier, although he didn't really say much. He might even be watching the stream. I don't know. Yeah, and I've been here for a while now. I've passed him multiple times. He definitely knows what's up. He's using a much heavier car, and I think a much weaker engine on that thing as well. So he's much slower. Also, I forgot to mention this as well, but I'm using this track as my primary testing track now instead of Ole, because of the fact that it's completely flat, other than when we're hitting polygon edges for whatever reason. I used to like using Ole before, because I was still trying to learn like sus this specifically to this game, the suspension stuff. Like how well it my real life knowledge or general tuning knowledge of vehicles translates to this game. There's there's a bunch of elevation changes on it. It's gradual. It's very gradual though, which is why it was great as a way to test for me anyway, for my kind of testing. Like the first corner on it, the inside, you really want to hit the inside because of it has the most camber, I believe. I haven't really looked too closely to it. If your car has a stiff enough suspension, you can even jump the inside there of the ollie because it dips down for a little bit. And I think the second and third, and maybe even the fourth corner as well, has a very slight angle on them. But yeah, it's all very gradual. Whereas here in Ansan, it's completely flat. Although we're still hitting the road polygons way too often, I would say. You guys may not notice it, but sometimes it's not me driving through the corners poorly. Sometimes it's just me getting bounced off the road by the polygons, that is, the edges of the roads. Yep, I thought I braked too late there. I should have braked earlier. I keep forgetting that I have turbo now, and so I'm approaching the corner at higher speeds. Anyway, let's go refuel. Yeah, in Ole, if your car is too low, you're gonna damage it on the first corner going quickly because of the elevation change there. Also, let's see if we might have some damage. I don't think we do. Yeah, it's just our front pads. Actually, I was noticing the rear kind of struggle, so I think it's actually better if we also replace the front brakes. I forgot to brake earlier again. I'm still using the same braking zone as when I didn't have the turbo. I already got so used to it. You really need to pay attention coming into that corner, so I keep neglecting to remember the correct braking zone. Like the steering there, your approach to the corner. There's so many things that can mess up your lap approaching that corner. Because it's so high speed, but also there's enough of a turn there that you can't just go flat until your braking zone. You really need to set yourself up for the braking zone and the corner. Oh! I'm probably gonna need to reset the timer, otherwise it might not count my lap because I skipped over there through the grass. You just hit the curb a little bit, and this thing's high center of gravity reminds you that you're quite easy to flip over. Well, that's not ideal. Yeah, that's okay. That first corner is already bad. It feels so sluggish in sport mode because of the traction control kicking in. But it is better to have the traction control than just sliding the rear. Oh yeah, I haven't mentioned, but having different wheel spacers on your front and rear can actually be one way to fine-tune your suspension precisely. I don't know how I didn't make that corner. I braked on where I thought I needed to brake. But yeah, because a lot of our parts in this game you can't really fine-tune because they're all very different from each other. Like going from stock spring stiffness to 120, that's obviously 20% difference, and then up to 150, that's another big jump, and then up to 200, which that's a massive gap from 150. So you can't make fine adjustments because of that. But the spacers, it makes so little, it has so little effect on your car when you have different spacers on the front and rear, and you can adjust them by 10 millimeters each. So you can use that to help fine tune your build. And I think for this setup specifically, the fact that I have more spacers on the rear than the front is actually helping the setup. Like Augie mentioned that this setup has a little bit of an understeer issue, and I believe that the fact that the front has less spacers than the rear is helping reduce the understeer. But obviously the effect is so little. Although I guess it is a 60 millimeters difference, so maybe it's not as small. But regardless, this setup, the understeer on this setup is manageable. It's a compromise compared to making other adjustments on the setup. I think this is the best way to go about it instead of trying to remove the as much understeer as I can. Well, that was not good. Yeah, and that's why I still don't bother making a guide, a tuning guide, because every car is gonna be different anyways. And not only is the car gonna affect how you should tune it, but also what you even want out of the car is gonna be different. Because obviously there are driving styles, driving preferences and whatnot. And there we go again with the... I don't know why it's so easy to hit that one. Something about the road here makes it very common to bounce off of it. Also, I somehow managed to do a 128.3, even though that was a slow lap. Oh, we're really struggling to control it on the braking. Yeah, considering our target is 127. I'm sure this car can do a sub 127 now that we've done a 127. Although this setup probably not a sub 127. But considering that, yeah, this thing is capable of 127s, I guess a 128.3 isn't all that fast. It's really unstable right now. Maybe all of our attempts to go fast is messing with our balance. I think I need to reset the car. I've spun it around too many times, I think, that it messes with the balance. We need to equalize the temperatures and whatnot by resetting. Also, we are wearing our tires already, but that's probably fine. I don't think I need to replace them yet. So if I sport on a car in, yeah, it's 20 degrees all around. And we don't need to drive very far to get them warmed up, because they don't need much more temperature than they already have to begin with. Just a warm-up lap, so I'm not trying to go very fast. Warm up for the car, that is. Oh, I should have refueled. I don't know how many laps we can do with this fuel. Yeah, we're low on grip, I believe. It's feeling like I have less grip right now. But let's go for it now. It's gonna get to the right temperature eventually anyways. It's really unstable breaking through there. Yeah, that's one of the updates that this test build that we have right now have. Cold tires now has less grip, but at the right temperatures you have more grip than before. Oh, I didn't think it would get that bad, but alright. I think we're fine. Hopefully that doesn't ruin our balance. Not the ideal approach, but considering how hard it is to get the ideal approach there, I think that was fine. Oh, I think I turned in too early. Yeah, that was not very fast through there. 127.5. And that wasn't even a clean lap. Oh yeah, we're low on fuel. Hopefully we can keep this lap because we're gonna have to refuel after this. Oh, it really wants to get loose. That's fine. We're not losing much time doing that because that's a braking zone anyway. Well, that's not good. I think we're gonna do another 27.5 if not worse because of all of that at the end. Oh, 128, yeah. Oh, didn't want to cancel that, but uh, all right, let's check our car before going again. So it's just a little bit of brake. I think having a little bit of wear is actually better. I don't know about this 2% on our rear right. Actually, no. Is that even on our rear? That could be at the front. Yeah, our tires are pretty much the same temperature as when I spawned it in. The temperature on the tires don't change much, so I don't know what the temperature target is. But it's definitely having less grip when it's this cold. Yeah, you can see there. Just didn't want to turn because there's less grip. But I think it also warms up quickly. Well, I ruined it by touching the wall there. So this just have this as a warm-up lap. Actually, it might be better to go full speed. Because if we're not going full speed, is it really warming up our tires enough? Yeah, it feels like I have better grip now, at least. Not ideal touching those curbs. And we missed the apex there by a bit. The car wanted to turn right under braking, so it ended up on the curbs. Try to take this final corner slowly, but with as most exit speed as we can. Because obviously that lap was slow anyways. So it would help us on this lap by taking it slower, but having better exit speed. In fact, some of my Ansan lap times are actually not from me just doing laps around the track. It's from me starting back there before the final corner to get more exit speed than I would if I was just driving to get the best lap. But obviously that takes extra time to always set yourself up on the final corner. Oh, I went off track. And you gain so little time from it. That it's better to just keep going on your lap instead of setting up over there. And in some cars, it's not really beneficial anyway. Depends on the cars as well. Most cars that are fast enough for the weekly leaderboard have enough power that doesn't really matter too much which line you take here. It's just all about how well you actually take the line that you ended up on. Alright, let's see how fast this is. I'm getting tired here. 127,245. So we didn't beat my my best. I did 27,207 earlier, if I remember correctly. But that was still really good. So yeah, I think if you make a proper race tune, this thing is capable of 126. But this build is not it. Also, it may not look like it, but this car is a struggle to maintain control. That's why it took me this long to finally settle on this setup. So let's have a look. So stock radiator, because we don't really need the extra cooling, short intake, so that we have more power at the higher revs. 320 HP engine, stage 1 turbo. Wait, was my 27.2 my best lap with the turbo? Or did I just do a similar lap even though I have more power now? It's possible because it adds weight and on the front too. So it's possible we didn't actually gain any time by putting the stage 1. But I might just be misremembering what we did earlier. So LSD. The gearing was actually pretty good. Although probably gonna be better with something lower on this track, but I'm not building this for this track, so if I remember correctly, I did 27.207 earlier. And since that was a while ago, I think that was before I added the turbo. And yeah, you when you came here is when I added the turbo. So that had to be before the turbo. I don't think we need brake pads. Yeah, these are not even that hot. You'd have to do so many laps to get it as hot as I had it earlier. The brakes, that is. So we don't even need. Oh yeah, because we adjusted the brake balance on this. So if you have the stock brake balance, then yeah, maybe you're gonna want to upgrade the pads. But when you have this improved brake balance, then it doesn't really need it unless you're gonna be doing so many laps. Then yeah, eventually the heat builds up. Anti-roll bar on the front is soft to help reduce the understeer, but the rear is also stock because I don't want to because it helps keep the rear planted. Unlike if I went with something stiff, it's gonna want to slide more. Same thing with the springs. The rear springs is softer than the front. Well, I guess the anti-roll bar is backwards on the rear. The soft roll bar is at the front, but that's because yeah, it when you have setups like this, it depends on the vehicle again. But for this car, when you have stiffer front, it increases the understeer. So to compensate for the stiffer front, I put a soft front roll bar. So actually, maybe we can get away with even softer rear springs if we put on stiffer rear roll bars. And then dampers 200 all around. Yeah, -3 at the front. Spacers 40 and 100. This also helps with understeer, I think. Well, this is percentage. The car already has decent springs to compensate for the fact that it is heavier. We're adjusting the percentage value of that. So there's no need to stiffen it just because it's heavy. Obviously, we had KM2s for the extra grip. And then this is cosmetic servos at the front and mamas at the rear for that really wide rear. And that's it. There's nothing here, nothing here. So let's finish this upload. There's no decals. Well, I do have decals, I believe, but I have them all hidden. What decal do I have? Oh, it's just the skull. Yeah. I guess I can upload the decal as well for those who want to have the skull. You just have to move the one that's covering everything to the bottom to reveal the skull. And then the build that I really wanted to have already done at this point is the Interceptor. So let's go with this. Have a look at my racing setup for this thing. I already have, so this shouldn't take as long as that one because I already have a racing setup for this car. So it says here. Oh, and we have a reference time as well. We have to beat 89.8. I don't know if the extra grip that we have now is gonna be enough to beat that. I doubt it, but maybe. We'll see. So it's this one, 320 horsepower, 3.3 ratio. Specifically for this track, probably. Yeah, my other one is 427. Although I think this one is also specific for Ole, whereas this one is for Ansan. Short intake, of course. Stage 1. Yeah, stiff springs on this thing. 300. I don't think we need to go that stiff on this one because we have a different height. But this is -10 all around. Maximum dampers. So maybe the dampers on this car needs to be made stronger. Well, it's usually for the bouncing that the ABS triggering creates when you're doing full braking, but we have the brake balance tuned now, so that shouldn't be an issue because we won't have too much brake bias at the front anymore. The the one I have, this one, you mean? This one? 41141? Also, did I just see? Yeah, someone else made the Tide decal. Which one are you talking about? Uh, so radiator, short intake. Wait, this one, I already set this up? It even has 3.7. Is this the stock FDR on this? Let's look at motortown.info. What's the stock FDR of the Duke? 4.27, yeah. So apparently I already gave this thing a setup. It's probably an incomplete one. It definitely doesn't have brake balance adjustment. Yeah, stock roll bars all around. Differ springs. So yeah, I think I just gave it some generic uh tuning based on what I think this will need. But considering the race car had 300, I think we need at least 200. I'm keeping the increased dampers in the rear. Actually, let's try first. We'll see if we need to increase damping in the rear. So this thing is also lowered, but not -10 all around. It's only 5 and 2, which is why I think a softer spring is better for this. In fact, I think we need to stiffen the roll bars because of that. Actually, yeah, we can stiffen the roll bar instead of the spring. So let's go back to 150. Wheel spacers 40, 70. So if I remember, this thing also has some understeer. So that's gonna help having more spacers in the rear. Already has KM2s. I think this wheel is also the appropriate one. Oh yeah, let's change the image now. What's the best of these images? I guess we can go with that one. Although, actually, no, we need the clean one. Yeah, this one should work. Let's replace that with that. Oh, it looks terrible with the VLC stuff. Let me crop that out. So that's this car right now. Although that one doesn't have the fuel tanks in the back. Obviously, the fuel tanks was added later on. But I chose that instead of the other image because this is a clean one. Like I can't have dirt. I can't have dirt, rust, and whatnot. Oh, nice. The sun is coming up. And yeah, I think we can go now. So we should be able to do 130s, maybe? We'll see how much grip this thing has now. Oh yeah, we haven't adjusted. We need to adjust the brakes first. Yeah, we definitely need more rear brakes. Yeah, that's the front wheels locking up. Also, I think we do need the 200 spring stiffness. So let's remove the roll bars for now, because we're going 200 stiffness anyways. So brake balance, we can go big change first to see what happens, so that it's easier to figure out how much we need. Because if we go in small increments, it's not gonna be easy to compare. That looked like the rear, just barely locking up. Yeah, that's the rear. But I think we just have to go with F70. Also, let's try drift mode. Also, I have custom tail lights. Not that it really changes the look, but it's so that when you're using the turn signals, you can still see when you're braking and whatnot. Because when you put the hazards on without these additional lights that I added, you can't really tell if you're braking or not. Oh yeah, now that I have the brake bias adjusted, I don't need to engine brake anymore because I already have better braking on the rear. I do think I went too much rear though. I think part of the issue is that the brakes on this is not very strong, so I think we need to increase the brake power. Not by much though. And then go with more front bias than before. I can't tell which wheels are locking up now. Let's try turning. Yeah, the front is locking up again. Huh. Maybe we don't need to increase the brake force. Let's try F70 again. 130 is probably too much, but let's see. Is that the fronts again? Yeah, the front is locking up. Maybe we do need more brake bias on the rear. Either that or we just have to go back to the stock brake power. No, I I think this is the maximum braking. Yeah, that looks smooth. Yeah, I think that's smooth enough. Yeah, this is much better braking than before. I've driven this car around this track so many times because of the races that we've had here. And I can tell you the braking is much better now that we can adjust it and increase the power. Because before, yeah, I could have increased the power, but it's all on the fronts that it's just making it worse by increasing the power. But now I have, I went with F60, which changes the bias a lot. So I'm able to get away with higher brake power. Yeah, these brakes are way better than before. So nice to finally have a way to change that horrible brake bias on these vehicles. Yeah, I'm braking too early because the brakes are so strong now. I braked later than with the other car, although I guess I didn't really approach the corner as quickly. I don't know. Also, the car is handling nicely. It's got a lot of power for its grip. That's always been an issue with this car. It lacks grip. It's not aerodynamic. It doesn't have much downforce. Well, the aero is good. The drag is low, but also the downforce is bad. So compared to something like the Tuscan or a Nuke, which has aero pieces on them that you can put to increase the downforce, this thing can compete only because of how fast it is on the straights, because of the low drag. But the low downforce really makes it hard to compete with those. Yeah, we're doing burnouts here. Oh, I did not get it facing left. Oh, I also did not face it left here again. Yeah, with this engine, it has a lot of power. compared to how much grip it has. But it's still very fast because of the low drag. It just really needs downforce. Well, anything to increase the grip, really, not just downforce. It used to have better grip, and that's why I doubt that I'll beat my 89.8. Because when I did that lap, it had this car, well, all cars in the game had better grip. But ever since one of the updates, everything has worse grip except for the higher aero cars. Well, those even the higher aero cars, no, not aero, but high downforce cars. Even those cars had less grip, but because they have so much downforce, you end up with similar lap times. Because that update also improved the grip that you get from downforce. Well, it wasn't the grip really that they reduced, it's the downforce mechanic. And that's why end up with similar lap times with cars that have good downforce. Because those cars benefited from the change. But most cars doesn't have enough downforce, so they ended up worse. I'm not sure what update it is, because I didn't notice it right away. Yeah, I'm not even doing 130s, even though my best is a 128.8 or 129.8. Well, we can try sport mode, I guess. That should give us some time instead of just sliding around. This should let us get better lap times. Also, I'm not driving a race car setup right now, so we're definitely gonna be slower than that. It was the update, I think, that added the Atlas dump. I'm not sure if that's actually it though. It might have been before that. We definitely had low grip by the time we got the Atlas though. I'm just not sure if that was actually the update that changed it or an update before it. Okay, that's our best so far, 130.8. But also, we did get an update that increased the grip before that. So I think we're just back to how the original grip was after that update. Except the high downforce cars actually have more grip from the downforce. And yeah, when I did the 89.8 second lap with this, it was during that update that increased the grip. And then yeah, we got 17.12 or whichever that is that reduced the grip again. Also, I'm out of fuel. I didn't even make it to the line. Well, it's off track anyway. Oh, we just lost so much speed doing that turn. Alright, let's just get a little bit of fuel. Yeah, it was a good lap, but I went off track. I mean, that's just what happens when you're pushing it to the limit. You end up off track. So let me adjust this thing. We're covering the chat because we don't know if these people in chat even wants to be visible on a live stream. I think that, yeah, that's good enough. Oh, the tab is working again. Yeah, there we go. I'm able to use my tab key to shuffle now. I don't know what was wrong earlier, but the tab wasn't working. Even though I can press tab for the control panel, it wasn't working in the menus. Even after I restarted the game. Such a weird bug. It was bugged earlier, I don't know why. I've never had that bug before. And now it just fixed itself somehow. I use tab in menus a lot, especially when I just need to go down one. Because my caps lock works as an enter key, I replaced my caps lock function to be enter. So I just press tab and then move my finger down to the caps lock and press enter for menus like that. That's why in certain menus I go through them so quickly because the tab and the caps lock is right next to each other and those are what I use. Oh, I thought I came out of that last corner quickly. So yeah, I should have braked earlier because I was carrying so much speed. That was a really good exit on the last corner. I didn't realize I needed to brake earlier for it. I think that was the fastest in this session that I've went through this straight here in this car. That could have been a really good lap if I realized I needed to brake earlier. Because that long straight is where you can gain a lot of time. Especially in this car because of the low drag but low downforce as well. Nope, that doesn't work. Well, we didn't go off track at least, so I'm just gonna keep going. Brakes are so much better. I keep using it at the wrong place. Well, this lap is gonna be slow. Yeah, 131. Oh yeah, that lap was already not good anyways. The brakes are great, but I still need to be braking earlier with this car because of the low drag allowing us to get up to really high speeds. Takes that corner well though. It didn't used to be able to handle that corner that easily. Maybe because our tires are warmed up now, so we have better grip. Alright, let's see if we can get this next lap be a fast one. Well, I messed up again. Well, we're fine somehow. Even though we were sideways a little bit in the braking zone. And yeah, there's this really strong brakes. Managed to hit the apex despite making quite late for this car. Yep, these brakes are really good, but still need to brake at the right point, obviously. Yeah, it handles this corner quite easily now. I could have went flat there, I think. I let off the throttle a little bit. Although obviously I'm in sport mode, so the traction control is kicking in anyways. I definitely have to lift there if I'm in drift mode. Yeah, there we go, 130. Let's see if we can go below 130 and beat my previous best, despite the lower grip. Now that our tires are warmed up, giving us more grip than before. It might be possible to beat my old lap with this warmed up tires. Especially because of the better brakes now. I still think we used to have better grip than what I have now with these warm tires. But the fact that I can brake so much later, well, not much later, but the fact that the brakes are so much better now might allow me to beat my old best. Oh yeah, we're not driving the race car. That's true. This setup is not ideal. Ooh, that was good, I think. This is also good. Not sure about that one, but it felt quick. I may have braked a little bit too early for that. Also, I think my front brakes are overheating now. There's too much smoke coming out of it. Whoa. The rear wanted to slide out. There we go, 129.2. Yeah, that was a really good lap. And now we're off. So, let me check my screenshot. Uh, well, not a screenshot. What was I looking at? Yeah, in my Discord. Duke. Yeah, 89.803 was my previous best. So I beat it by more than half a second. Just needed to warm up the tires, I guess. It didn't feel grippy at the start, but then I noticed on that the the kink on the back of the track there that I was able to go flat out. Although it is with traction control of the sport mode, but still. Let's see if we can do that consistently. Let's just refuel first. Now that our actually let's check our temperatures. Yeah, the tires doesn't really get that much hotter. Although I guess 20 versus 25, 26 is what 30% difference? Well, I don't think the percentage matters anyway, because there's also a penalty in grip for when you overheat it. Although, yeah, considering how cold the tires are anyways, or how little the temperature changes, I don't think I can overheat the tires unless I'm constantly drifting. If you're just racing, these little slides that you do, I think is fine. Somehow I stayed on track there. So let's keep going. I don't know. I don't think that was fast at all. Also, this car is not very tall, unlike the Raven. So the fact that this is not lowered like my race car setup doesn't really change too much. In fact, the different suspension setup that I gave this might have some advantages over the race car that were not necessarily obvious. I should probably upgrade the front brake pads. Considering how quickly it overheated though, I don't think that's gonna help. I think it's still gonna overheat, even with the upgraded pads. Because we haven't done that many laps on this and it's already overheating. Yeah, this corner is easy now. Even though this is a low downforce car. Yeah, like that, going over the curbs there. It was almost a straight line. Because I have softer suspension on this. The race car probably wouldn't have liked taking that line. Whereas this thing went over it pretty smoothly. Also, my race car setup is a bit understeery, I think, if I remember correctly. Whereas this one is not really understeering, if at all. Ooh, I thought I braked too late there, but then it managed to slow down just right. That's the better brakes, helping out a lot. Now I messed this up. Oh, don't go off track. Yeah, that last section was not good. It's still a sub 130 though, but a long ways from our best. What was our best lap? 129.3? Wasn't it a high 2 though? Yeah, the fronts are definitely overheating. It's more than double the wear already. What's the temperatures though? Not bad. So let's try to put on the upgraded pads. Yeah, so the brake balance on this car, the default, is really bad. If I'm able to go minus 40 plus 40, and now that I have that really good brake balance, I'm able to increase the power and therefore have much better braking. The 3.73 seems alright. I think my race car had 3.55, at least the one for this track. What was it again? Oh, 3.3, much lower. I think our tires are still fine. Oh yeah, that might make it hard to beat my now new best, because I managed to do that lap before the tires had 1% wear and while the temperature was really good. What's our temps again? Yeah, there we go. Oh, wasn't paying enough attention on the road. Yeah, this feels like I have less grip right now. Gotta do a full lap to warm up the tires again. 133. That's pretty good considering I wasn't really pushing it that lap yet. The gearing seems perfect for that section though. I'm redlining towards the braking zone. One 129.8. Yeah, I might need to refresh the car with new brakes and tires to beat that lap time that I did earlier. But before I do that, we may as well try a few more laps, get some practice in. I still haven't been taking these corners how I want to. Like, I want to go mostly straight there if I can. One 129.7. Oh, I bounced off the thing. So horrible bouncing off on the start finish there right when I want to turn. If it was before the start finish, it would have been fine because I'm just driving straight. But to have your car bounce off there right as you want to turn in really messes with the line. Yeah, I'm still putting in good lap times though, so not gonna do that yet. Let's see what we can do with this set of tires first. Well, tires and brakes. Oh yeah, I want off track. That was not good. Oh, excuse me. All right, we need to repair that body damage because this car relies a lot on the low drag. And I want to check the car anyways. So let's see our yeah, we're already at 2% now. So we've missed our optimal window. Oh, the tires are in the back is 50. Yeah, the tires in the rear are hotter. Interesting. Yeah, because we do have a lot of power, and that's the back wheel that's letting us put it down. Hmm. Yeah, I think. Wait, are these are the front pads? It has to be. No, it says basic. So that's the rear. Do I want the rear? Yeah, I think I want the rear to also be fresh. Yeah, let's replace everything and then respawn. Oh yeah, we're facing this way now. Let's turn around and refuel. Oh yeah, I need to see the thing again. Hang on. Alright. Oh, we're sideways again. Oh yeah, 'cause we don't have the grip yet. We just respawned. We need to warm up first. I'm already trying to go the same speed as I was doing before, but I can't. The car can't do it. Alright, hopefully that was enough of a warm up for the tires. Oh, no? Tires might still be not warm enough. I did not want to shift down twice there. Oh, we're sideways. I still managed to slow down in time though. Oh, I went just a little bit off track. Yeah, that was a good lap. Not faster than my best, but I did not want to go over the curbs there, but that worked out. Oh, it wants to go right. Almost went off track there again, but I'm pushing it. I don't know if the lap is good or not, because I ended up taking very different braking and racing lines there. Yeah, that was not good. Okay. And this is also not good. Oh, I got some drifting points there. This lap was okay, I think. Oh, 130.8. It was slow. Once again, though, I mess up the first corner. Almost went off track there once again. One 130.2. We're not doing 129s anymore. That was a really good corner there, I think. And the first corner was not bad either. So this lap might be good if I can complete this properly. That's a good corner as well. Low on fuel now. 129 flat. That's the best lap, right? Well, not flat, 0.005, but close enough. I haven't done a 128 with this car, right? Previous best was 129.2, and my old best was 129.8. So I think it's safe to say that this is already a good setup. I didn't think I'd be able to beat that old lap time even because of the different grip now, but apparently there's more grip once you have the tires warmed up than in the update where I did that old lap time. Because yeah, it felt really good through the this turn here. Much better than even back then when we had more grip. This corner. This corner is always tricky with low downforce cars. Well, yeah, because it's such a weird line. So this is pretty much the same as my race car setup, besides the FDR, the ride height. This is taller, so I gave it softer springs. What's the roll bars on my race car? Yeah, it's 200, 150, so it's stiffer because it's lower. Just like with the springs, it has stiffer springs because it has lower height. So I can upload this now. It does have decals. Oh yeah, you can't really see it. So yeah, on the image that I'm showing, you can see the MFP logo on the side. I can't really make a supercharger like that on the front. Not that there's gonna be enough light attachments for me when the side exhaust needs 8. Well, actually, yeah, maybe there is enough, but yeah, it's not possible to make something like that stick out of the hood, especially because of the shape of it. Fuel tanks. It's supposed to be fuel tanks. It's not there on the image that I'm showing because that's from the original Mad Max movie. But every other Mad Max has the fuel tanks on the back of this thing. Even the second Mad Max movie had it already. Even the video game Mad Max has them. So yeah, I thought it was appropriate to have the fuel tanks in the back, even if the original one did not have fuel tanks in the back. Because it's outnumbered at this point. It's one Mad Max movie out of 5. There are 5 Mad Max movies now. And the video game. And every other Mad Max has the fuel tanks in the back. It's just the first one that doesn't have it, because the first one is before the apocalypse. So he didn't need the massive fuel tanks in the back yet. So yeah, that is the MFP logo. It also says on the back MFP because this is the an MFP police car. Oh, one thing that I also wanted to put was the blue rotating light that he had inside, but I couldn't find a good place to put it on because the dashboard is tiny. Yeah, you don't really have any space there for the rotating light. If you put it on the dashboard, it sticks out of the windshield. I have an entire Discord server. Oh, you're on Twitch. If you go to the YouTube stream, My Discord is linked to in the description. I have an entire Discord server that I made just so I can showcase all of my builds because I have so many of them. So yeah, I think this is good for uploading. So I'm gonna upload it now. Why is the wheels white on the preview? The heck? Don't think I've seen that before. It's the wrong color on the preview. Or do I just have to reload it? No, it's still white here. It reloaded. It's still white. So that's a bug. These wheels are not even supposed to be white. It's supposed to be red. When you don't have a wheel color yet, it's supposed to become red. So that's it for today's stream, I think. That was my goal today, to upload the two main cars from Mad Max. So this one, the Interceptor, and Noxus Hot Rod, because that's the new car in the game. Well, it's not even released yet, technically, because we're in the test branch. That's the only reason we have access to it. So what I want to do now, though, is take some screenshots for my Discord post. So we can go with this image that I have right now. Let's try to recreate this image. Um, it's a flat road with some mountains on the sides. So where can we go to take a screenshot like that? Maybe here somewhere? Let's see if we can get a good shot from there. By the way, since my old record of with this car at Ansan is the 89.81, that's been confirmed to be the number one in the leaderboard. Because this car appeared on the weekly leaderboard after the grip nerf. So nobody could beat it because we had less grip when it appeared on the weekly. I had more grip when I set that time. And now we have more grip again from warming up the tires in this test branch. So my new lap time has to be number one again. Oh, this is not very straight. It looks straight on the map. Although it's not bad. The hills are right next to us though. I thought they'd be further away. Oh yeah, you can see right here. I was only looking at these. There's a hill right next to us. This isn't bad though. We can take this screenshot and then look for somewhere else afterwards. I need the shadows to not be broken. So I'm gonna have to adjust the FOV to fix it. I can't even do 80. Screenshots generally look better with low FOV. Oh, the apply button doesn't do anything. It saves the setting even if you don't apply. I forgot. Yeah, so I need to be really close just to make the car visible. Otherwise, it looks too small. Do I want the tree there to be visible or not? I can remove the tree by moving back. I can move the car back here. I think it's fine. Or we can even have it be higher quality. Where do we want the camera pointing at? Like this? The shadow is different. Where's the sunlight? It's down, it's over there. If we wait here a little bit, I think it's going down. Yeah, it's going down. So I think we need to come back here later at a different time to get a more similar lighting. Yeah, because then the sun is gonna be up here somewhere and we're gonna get a very similar shot, I think. Where else can we go? I don't think there's really anywhere else that's better. I think this was the best spot to go to because these are not really hills. These are just massive mounds, if that's what you call those. Yeah, I think this was the best spot. We just need different lighting. So let's take a look at other screenshots that I have here. That's not a good shot to replicate. I'm looking at the other images from the movies and the game that I took a screenshot of to use as reference when I made this car. That's not useful either. This is a very narrow road. Don't think I'm gonna be able to replicate this, but maybe it'll look fine. We also have the correct lighting for that. We just need another straight road out in the desert. Not dirt. Maybe here? Oh, the sun's already going down. I need to hurry up. It's getting dark. Yeah, no, I think it's too late. It's way too dark now for this shot. Well, let's check the place out anyways while we're waiting for the sunlight to get back up. Oh yeah, another reason I went with this custom taillight is because the Interceptor's taillights is smaller. So by having it like this, it looks smaller in the dark. It's more off to the sides of the car. Although obviously when I brake, it still lights up that part. Let me look at this screenshot again. Yeah, this isn't long enough. This is way too short. But maybe this one is long enough. Well, since we're here, let's see anyway how it's gonna look like if we take the screenshot here. Is the shadow gonna be broken still? If I go low FOV? Yeah, it is. Although it doesn't really matter at this point. I need some height. I'm way too far. Or maybe I just need lower FOV, like half. Yeah, that kinda works. But yeah, I can clearly see the road curving in the back. Oh, I know, I should just not be that high. Nah, it's still clearly visible. I'm way too high. How do we get a little bit of height? Fell on the drone? Yeah, that kinda works. But yeah, you can clearly see the turn on the road in the background. I'm taking this screenshot anyways, because we don't have the correct lighting, regardless of whether this is good or not. The drone's FOV is really high, so it's not good for screenshots. There's no way to adjust the drone's FOV. I made a post about that to let us adjust the FOV on the drone, but I don't even know it got if it got added to Trello. And there's so many suggestions for the drone already anyways that are gotta be much more useful than an FOV slider for the drone. So I don't really care too much. Oh, this is actually a decent spot. Yeah, the road is not straight, but yeah, that's actually a problem. This doesn't look very good when the road is not straight. Yeah, the shot looks great because the road behind it is straight. We need a straight road. Out of bed? What, is it late for you already? Are you in Australia? What time zone would you be in bed at this time for? That's a straight road. Oh, not really. There's still a turn, and it ruins the shot once again. We really need a straight road. Oh, so you haven't. Yeah, because some people wake up at 5 a.m. You just haven't went to sleep yet. I see. That makes a lot more sense now. I could have woken up like 6 a.m. today, but it was the weekend, so I stayed there for a bit longer. Yeah, this looks straight enough. Once again, though, there's a turn at the end that is visible, but let's see how it looks. Yeah, it's not straight enough. Oh, and that's, well, maybe this, nah, that looks not straight. We need something really straight. So I think this was the right spot. Unless there's somewhere else. Did I try this? I didn't, right? Let's see that. So have any of you probably, well, most likely you all have watched at least one Mad Max movie. So which ones have you watched? Because there's five. And have you played the Mad Max game? I played that recently in a live stream as well. Three of them. Oh, this road, yeah, this is not gonna work. Also, the sun is coming up, so let's just go back to here. Yeah, Mad Fury Road is, I would say, is the best. Not by far, but for the time that each one is released, I would say the original one is also pretty good. So those two, I would say the original and the Fury Road are the best ones. The others are also all right. Only the Thunderdome one, I would say, is not really good. Oh, I went past my original spot. I think I was here somewhere. Well, I don't need the exact spot anyways. Also, is his wheel turned or is it straight? Yeah, his wheel is a little bit turned. Alright, let's see if we can get this shot. Oh, if I'm far enough, the FOV is fine. Although, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, the they have a low FOV shot there. So we're not really gonna replicate it by having a low FOV. Alright, we're losing the sunlight. It's going way too high already. I took the screenshot. So I think that's it for that shot. I don't really have many other screenshots of the Interceptor. Let's look at the Noxus hot rod instead. Oh yeah, I guess I can make this thing visible. So which one of these should I replicate? I have this thing, but we don't have the other vehicles in this shot. And this is just the car out in, so it's just gonna be the car in the desert. Yeah, I don't think there's any shots we can replicate for that. Well, I'm putting the builds in the workshop, so you can do your own photo shoots if you're good with that, and then post it in my Discord so we all can see it, or wherever you want to post it. Um, yeah, there's not really, or at least I don't have any more screenshots that we can replicate for the hot rod. Did I forget? I uploaded this one in the workshop. Did I upload the hot rod? I think I did. So the hot rod is also in the workshop. Let me look at my MFP Tuscans for comparison. Oh, I combined them. Yeah, I want 4 screenshots for each build. How do I? The hot rod is nice to drive. It has a high center of gravity and it's narrow, but you can just slam it down with -10 height and then give it maximum spacers, and it drives nicely. Oh yeah, because I have to select this thing again. There we go. So I have these screenshots for the MFP for the MFP police cars. These are from the original Mad Max movie. So this is the shot where the Knight Rider was approaching Max while he was parked on the side. But instead of the Knight Rider, I put the other car, the Pursuit variant, this one. So this has 2 blues and a stripe in the middle. It says MFP on the side, and it says Pursuit here instead of Intercept. So really, this is just me recreating one scene, so one shot. But then I made 3 other screenshots from that scene that I made. So I guess we can do the same thing here. Although the sunlight is already directly above me instead of off to the side. So I can just take a different angle shot. You know what? I'm gonna go to my single player now so that the sunlight doesn't move that quickly. Oh, I need a camper to sleep on. But yeah, surprisingly, the hot rod drives very well, despite the fact that it's heavy, despite the fact that its center mass is high. I didn't even lower mine. Well, I lowered the front by 3, but that's just to make it look like the reference, because these builds are, well, recreations of the vehicles in the movies or the game. If you guys haven't seen it, my my previous Motortown live stream showcases all my other Mad Max builds and some Halloween builds. Oh, I did not want to spawn that one. Well, I'm gonna have to find the spot again. I wasn't I was supposed to spawn the hot rod. I don't know why I clicked on this one. I managed to do what, 129 at Ansan with the hot rod, which is very fast for something that heavy. Because the weight distribution on it is pretty good. It's almost 50-50 weight distribution. Oh, the sunlight is different. Is it too high? Should I? Yeah, I think I should go back here earlier. I passed the time too much. Oh, if you have the 240, then it's even closer to 50-50 weight distribution. I kept the 320 because, well, in the Mad Max, they have massive engines on their cars. So I need to be here early, like 6 a.m. in the game to get the low light for the shadow. Yeah, you have to make the suspension absorb, I guess is the right word. You have to have some kind of soft-ish setup to absorb sudden uh sudden what was it? What's it called? Sudden weight movement? Why am I forgetting this? Because the car has high center of mass, so every bit of movement you do with it is exaggerated. It makes the weight shift around. Yeah, the weight shifting, that's what I was trying to say. The weight on it shifts around a lot because of the high center of mass. So you need a soft setup to absorb it so that it's not just suddenly sliding when every time you shift the weight. I even drove this in drift mode for a bunch of laps because it drives well enough for drift mode. Yeah, like you could see, I was full throttle there for a bit, but I'm able to keep correcting. It wasn't just spinning out. That's because of the really good weight distribution on it. And well, I gave it a good setup already. Oh, the sun is not quite high enough yet. It's still behind the hill. Are you still playing on keyboard? You need to try mouse steering. I talked about the controls at the start of the this live stream, by the way. I went through a bunch of stuff there. I think I missed a few things, but I went through a bunch of it for like over an hour. Oh, I forgot about because I was just going through the controls and the assist. I forgot about the stuff here. For keyboard users, this is where you need to go to make your cars more controllable. Because you can adjust the sensitivity, the press and release. All right, I think the sun is almost there. We need to get this shot again. Not quite sure. I think I have the car at too much of an angle. That's what's messing with my shot. Well, it's gonna depend on how you use your mouse, I guess. Because I was driving for hours, I think, the hot rod on Ansan, and yeah, towards the end of it, I'm feeling like a little strained, but not much. I've had worse when in actual races, I guess. So, because yeah, you tend to, what's the right word for that? You tense up more your muscles when you're in a competition, unlike earlier where I'm just driving around at the track by myself. Well, not by myself. There was someone else driving on the track, but they're not really competing or anything. Yeah, because the mouse steering has the advantage of you can just move the mouse a little and the car will keep steering on that direction. You don't have to do any more input after that until you want to straighten out once again. So, well, yeah, sometimes you can end up straining your hands if you're tensing it up too much, such as when you're trying to race, I guess. But when you're just driving around, I would say it's actually much easier than keyboard or controller or a wheel because of the freedom to just move it a little, let the car continue for a bit and then move it a little bit again. All right, I think I got the lighting now, so I'm taking a screenshot. And then I guess I want a front shot. So let's take that and then another angle. Oh, I shouldn't have this car here. Um, let's despawn it. Not liking the massive reflection from this angle of the light, but not really much I can do about it. Where's the sun? It's up there. I guess this works, kinda. Yeah, we don't need all shots to be from the corners. We can take front and side shots. I forget that sometimes. Alright, that's way more than 4 screenshots now. So what do I do with the Raven hot rod? I guess we can just take it out in the desert somewhere and then have the war rig in the background. Or we can go on some off-road trails. I still have the nukes here from my Discord post. I took a screenshot of them here. Uh, we need to find a location first, I guess. Let me look at other screenshots. War rig. Uh, don't have much either. Well, this is pretty much the end of the stream, but already, by the way. I'm just taking screenshots now. My goal was just to test and tune the two cars, the Interceptor and the Hot Rod, which is done now. I already uploaded them in the workshop, and I guess the controls stuff, the settings stuff at the start. But yeah. So I'm now that they're in the workshop, I want to make a post for Discord, which is why I'm taking screenshots now. so that I can include it in the post. What about this convoy thing? Nah, it's not useful. What's this screenshot? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know what screenshot to do with the hot rod. Maybe I should just end the stream now and watch the movie again. See if if there's any good scenes I can use, I can recreate. I know that the Interceptor, I won't really find anything where the other Mad Max builds are gonna appear. Because he pretty much only has the Interceptor at the start. Also, here's my other Mad Max builds. Most of them are from the game. I made pairs of the same style stuff. So I have two chrome, I have two gold, I have two of the flame ones, and two of the what do you even call these? Got 'em, and this is supposed to be an engine. I don't know if you guys can tell, because I couldn't really think of anything else to make here. But this thing is supposed to be a rear engine with the engine sticking out the back. So yeah, that's what I made. And it has these 6 exhaust pipes coming out the top. This is the Demented Chariot, which is why it has this motorcycle thing in the back. You can't attach lights here, but I used the opening trunk to put the lights there anyway. And I also have the war rig, which is not here right now. Where even is it? Why is it not here? Oh yeah, because I took a screenshot at the I used it as a thumbnail for my last stream. So I spawned it here. The thumbnail. Oh, it's not even here anymore. What happened to it? What? Yeah, because my last stream ended here, and I didn't have a thumbnail for it. So I put the hot rod and the interceptor on the drag strip with the war rig in the background. And that's the thumbnail of my last live stream. For this stream, I don't have a thumbnail yet either. Oh, it's not spawned in. Huh. I must have. Oh yeah, I did despawn it because I joined the Mr. Bug server and I didn't want to leave it there. When I joined the server, the truck spawned with me for some reason, even though I wasn't in it. And I have 3 trailers for the war rig. I have the big Tanko 40 and the 2 smaller trailers, the lead and the rear. Got that supercharger at the front. I tried to make 2 superchargers for this, but it didn't look good. And it made me use too many light attachments, so I couldn't make a good bull bar anymore. So I just had to go with a single supercharger to have this nice looking bull bar. So yeah, I do need a thumbnail for this stream. Most of it is spent with the hot rod, so I can use. Oh, I spawned the same thing again. So I can use the screenshot for the hot rod pose, which I don't have yet. I don't know yet what to screenshot the hot rod with. But yeah, I guess I just need to quickly watch through the movie again so I can figure out what screenshots to take with the hot rod, and then I'll use that as a thumbnail. None of these are in the workshop just yet, because yeah, I need to test and tune them first. And that's what I did today. I tested and tuned the hot rod and then the interceptor. And yeah, that's it for this stream. We're done here. And I need a break. I need to eat something because this has been a long stream once again. How long have we been here? Oh, we're almost at the so I started 7 hours ago. All right. I'm ending the stream. Goodbye.